for the start of the NASCAR Miller High Life 500 here at Pocono. 40 starters set to go 500 miles. Front row, Terry Labonte and Benny Parsons. Row number 2, Tim Richmond and Bill Elliott. Third row, Jeff Bodine and Harry Gant. Row number 4, Dale Earnhardt and Cale Yarborough. Row number 5, Darrell Waltrip, Alan Kulwicki. Row number 6, Kyle Petty and Morgan Shepherd. Row number 7, Neil Bonnet and Greg Sachs. 8th row, Buddy Baker and Bobby Allison. Row number 9, Rusty Wallace and Joe Ruttman. Richard Petty starting the race. Row number 10, Sterling Marlin and Phil Parsons. Row number 11, Ken Schrader and Mike Waltrip. Row number 12, Ricky Rudd and Dale Jarrett. Row number 13, Brett Bodine and Davey Allison. Row 14, Dave Marcus and Bobby Hillen Jr. Row number 15, Trevor. Row number 16, Jim Bone and Derek Cope. Row number 17, Buddy Arrington and Jimmy Horton. Row number 18 has Steve Chrisman and Charlie Rudolph. Row number 19, Jimmy Means and Bobby Wallach. And row number 20, Bobby Gerhardt and J.D. McDuffie at the field now. Underway on pit road. May I have your attention, please? Ed Gossage from Miller, please report to the press tower on the grandstand side. Ed Gossage from Miller, please report to the press tower on the grandstand side. Pace car brings the fielder out of turn number 1 down the long pond straight. Terry Labonte on the pole, new track record, 57.877 seconds of speed, 155.502 miles per hour. Cars moving around at the North Straight now. Oldsmobile is the pace car here at Pocono.
Reminder, food service is available out the left-hand door.
Oldsmobile pace car. So we see Dick Petty and Les Richter up here, carefully looking over the plant to make sure that the track is ready for this 500 miles of racing. Right here. It appears that Harold Kinder is giving them the sign 1 to go, and the lights have been turned off of the pace car. We see Richard Petty coming in. He's going to be making that pit stop and replacing Joe Ruttman will get in the cockpit now. Richard, of course, suffering the broken ribs at Dover 2 weeks ago. Richard is out of the car, and Joe Ruttman climbing in the automobile. Joe Ruttman will get back, of course, behind the line and start this 500-mile event, the Miller High Life 500. All right, pace car now. Bringing them up the north straight, the short chute, as people call it, the north straight. Pace car has pulled off. Ladies and gentlemen, the 40-car starting field for the Miller High Life 500 is coming down the front straightaway now. Officials looking, checking, making sure everything is okay. Here they come. It's Terry Labonte and Benny Parsons leading them down to the stripe. Pat on the back, the green flag is out. The Miller High Life 500 is underway, and the leader going across the stripe. Terry Labonte, Benny Parsons, Tim Richmond, Bill Elliott. There's Jeff Bodine right behind. The 500-mile race is underway.
Robert Bassett, call home immediately. Robert Bassett, call home immediately.
Moving down to turn number 1. Looks like it's still Labonte in the lead. Joe Ruttman trying to catch up with that number 43. He's in the back of the pack. Watch that car move through the traffic. Everybody getting through turn number 1 very nicely. Moving down the Long Pond Straight. Headed for turn number 2. Look at the battle back in the pack for the second position on the race. It's Richmond. Bill Elliott is back there in 4th spot. Richmond and Benny Parsons racing real close together back in the pack. Here they come to complete number 1, lap number 1.
And coming out of turn number 3, Dale Earnhardt up there in 6th position, working on Jeff Bodine for the 5th spot. Coming by the start-finish line, Terry Labonte still the leader.
Dale Earnhardt right behind Jeff Bodine. Then it's Harry Gant and Cale Yarborough and Morgan Shepherd that way.
And starter Harold Kinder displaying the black flag for one of the cars as they pass by the start-finish line down below.
Okay, we'll try to get a handle on who that is.
Race for 5th, tightens up. On the inside, Dale Earnhardt makes a move on Jeff Bodine on the Long Pond Straight, side by side. Heading into turn number 2, and that's Earnhardt picking up 5th spot.
Dale Earnhardt picks up 5th spot. It's still Terry Labonte showing the way in this 500-mile event.
Your leader out of turn number 3, Terry Labonte, still with the edge. A good 3-car race, drafting bumper to bumper for second on the front.
Oh, look at Tim Richmond. He wants that number 2 spot. Good race there. And Alan Kowicki really worked with Morgan Shepherd and Harry Gant. We did not see a car come in the pit area yet. Okay, several of them coming up. Bobby Gerhardt coming in. And also the number 62 is coming in. That's Steve Christman.
In the meantime, it's still the same on the Long Pond Straight. Terry Labonte in command, being chased by Benny Parsons, Tim Richmond, and Bill Elliott. Dale Earnhardt trying to reel him in. Earnhardt pulling away from Jeff Bodine and closing on the front 4 down the North Straight. Benny Parsons getting a little closer here to Terry Labonte off the North Straight into turn number 3.
All right, joining me now at the microphone, we have WBRE Wilkes-Barre, Mr. Sid Michaels. Well, Sid, you ready to go there, Sid?
I think we're ready to go, Bill. So far, the top several cars are still holding their positions as they pass below us for the 3rd time, lap number 3. Terry Labonte still leading the way. Tim Richmond has now moved up into 2nd place, and teammate Benny Parsons has fallen behind him into 3rd. Bill Elliott holding that number 4 spot in which he started as they go around the back and head into the final turn here at Pocono International Raceway.
Well, Sid, everybody getting through very nicely for the first couple of laps without incident. We're certainly glad to see that on this beautiful day in the Poconos. There's the car number 85 going by. That's Bobby Gerhardt, driver from Lebanon, PA.
And, of course, again, as we just mentioned, Tim Richmond moving up into the 2nd spot here. And Richmond, the winner of both races at Pocono International Raceway last year. And just his 2nd start this season. Richmond, of course, was in that Winston Invitational several weeks back and had a pretty good showing there.
Well, Tim Richmond running in the number 2 position right now. We're going to watch for Tim to put the move on Terry Labonte down in turn number 1. And well, Sid, as we speak, it is Tim Richmond. It is Tim Richmond leading. Tim Richmond leads the way, going down to the tunnel turn. And then it's Terry Labonte, and behind that we have Benny Parsons and Bill Elliott.
And of course, Richmond will be racing to get to this start-finish line first, and officially on lap, as they come around, it'll be lap number 5. And Tim Richmond, if he can hang on, will be the leader here at the Miller High Life 500.
I see a car there in 5th spot, Sid. Well, watch how he pulls up on the field. And that's a familiar automobile, isn't it?
Dale Earnhardt coming on, and of course he's got about 10 or 11 car length difference to make up there between number 4 and number 5 spot.
Well, we have several other cars running real strong back in the field. Davey Allison racing with the number 19 right now, that is, of Derek Cope. Davey Allison starting in the back. Joe Rotman, of course, still trying to take off the car. Joe had a lot of experience last couple of races with the lighter Saturday night specials, as they're called, getting a lot of practice in the car here at Pocono and driving in relief of Richard Petty.
So far, we're still pretty much holding steady. Tim Richmond is still leading the pack, Terry Labonte, and then Benny Parsons and Bill Elliott at number 4, the 4th position. 5th is Dale Earnhardt. Number 6 is Cale Yarborough, followed by Jeff Bodine. Bodine starting out of the number 5 slot right this afternoon.
And behind that we have Morgan Shepherd racing, and I think he's followed by Cale Yarborough. And then it's it's Alan Kulwicki behind Shepherd, Kyle Petty, Greg Sachs, Rusty Wallace, Bobby Allison, in that order.
And then Buddy Baker and Rusty Wallace.
Hello, can I help you?
And of course, Morgan Shepherd was involved in that accident. He had to be taken from Dover Speedway 2 weeks ago, and he's back here running very well as we go through lap number 6. Again, as they come around to the start-finish line, Bill, relatively incident-free so far.
Well, a couple years ago, we ran a long time without a caution lap, and perhaps we can do that again. We see, look at Bill Elliott. Elliott looking to the inside of Benny Parsons, and right sitting back there in the catbird seat right now is Dale Earnhardt, just waiting for those guys to make one little error back there, and he's going to be in command.
And Kyle Petty has now moved ahead of Alan Kulwicki and moved up 1 spot on the grid. As they head out of the 2nd turn and down over the tunnel turn, once again, Tim Richmond still holding. He's opening it up a little bit now, Bill. It looks like he's got about a 5 or 6 car length lead on Terry Labonte out there.
Well, also looks to me that Dale Earnhardt is getting closer. We have an emergency call from Mrs. Clark. Mrs. Clark, emergency call. Call 894-9228. Mrs. Clark, call 894-9228. And here we see Dale Earnhardt moving in and catching up every lap, getting closer to those top 4.
And right now, Bill, it looks like looks as though those top 5 cars are running their own race, and they're moving out from the rest of the field.
And Tim Richmond certainly seems to be in good physical condition right now, the way he's driving that car on the track, the Folgers Exxon Chevrolet. Tim Richmond, you know, of course, is the defending champion of the Miller High Life 500, having won both races here at Pocono International Raceway last year.
Richmond has been saying, again, he's practiced several times this season. The only race he's been involved in was that Winston Invitational. But he's been saying that he feels strong, he feels good, and he's glad to be back and racing once again. And it showed yesterday when he was the first to set the track record or break the old track record. And then moments later, Benny Parsons came out, and then Terry Labonte finally broke that record to get the pole.
All right, and Sid Michaels, I see now Bill Elliott right alongside of Benny Parsons as they race down the front straightaway, headed for turn number 1. Benny Parsons having to put up with the challenge now. Bill Elliott.
And now, Bill, it looks as though Bobby Gerhardt is being lapped by the field out there as they come into the final turn, the third turn here at Pocono. And Dale Earnhardt has now moved up into the 4th position. Tim Richmond looks like he's opening up that lead. Labonte, Bill Elliott, and then Dale Earnhardt has moved also in front of Benny Parsons.
And Bill Elliott now is in second spot. So let's see if Bill Elliott can reel in your leader, Tim Richmond. Well, Sid, certainly glad to have you in the booth here with us. First time up here, I know. How do you like the view from up here?
Bill, it's a pleasure, and boy, what a seat. It's a great spot to view the race and bring everyone the action from around the far turns, the tunnel turn, and around the 2.5-mile tri-oval here at Pocono.
Well, Tim Richmond now certainly has opened up a big lead, and we see that bright yellow and blue car of Dale Earnhardt back in the hunt there. Dale Earnhardt started in 7th spot, the Wrangler Chevrolet. Richard Childress, former car owner, now the crew chief, the manager of that whole operation, along with Kirk Shelmerdine.
And now it looks as though there goes Earnhardt. He's about to pass Labonte. Did he officially get in front of him? Right now it's Tim Richmond in the lead, and Bill Elliott is in second place, followed by Terry Labonte, and then Dale Earnhardt, who is officially in 4th place as they came around the front grandstand on that pass.
And Sid Michaels, he's got a 2 33/100 seconds lead at this time. So the race settling down very nicely after the opening laps. We have 11 laps in the books already of this 200-lap 500-mile race, the Miller High Life 500. And these folks will go back at it again in July and do the same thing all over again.
Bill Richmond continues to hold that big lead, and now Bill Elliott seems to be pulling away from the rest of the pack, too. And right now it's all Richmond's. And Elliott is trying to give him a run, and those two seem to be just pulling a little bit away from Earnhardt and Labonte, and also from Benny Parsons.
Well, I don't know how it is for the drivers in there, but I know standing down there at Victory Lane early on, it's getting a bit warm, and I noticed during driver introduction, Sid, that some of the drivers were wearing the newly developed cool suits, so they're planning for a hot day out here. Race settling down just a little bit now. We see everybody racing in nice fashion. There's the number 18, the Freelander entry of car number 18. That's
Dale Jarrett.
Dale Jarrett.
Lap rundown, number 25.
Your attention, please. The following vehicles must be moved. The following vehicles, a red Pontiac, Pennsylvania license plate MHM315. Red Pontiac, Pennsylvania plate MHM315. That vehicle must be moved.
Notice Bobby Allison and Buddy Baker are both making pit stops at this time. Bobby Allison and Buddy Baker are both making pit stops at this time. Now, it seems a bit early, Sid, to be making those stops. They're changing right side rubber on the Allison car, the Miller American Buick. And Baker's car, they're working on the front end. They've added fuel to it. They're also changing left side tires on Bobby Allison's car. And, of course, they will top off the fuel tank on that car. Bobby Allison underway. Buddy Baker not quite as fortunate and still in the pit area. They're making some adjustment. Apparently, Buddy radioed that the car wasn't handling quite right. So Buddy Baker in the pits for quite a while now. And we're starting to lap slower cars. There's Dale Earnhardt, and we see that Benny Parsons has gotten ahead of Terry Labonte now. And it's Cale Yarborough, Jeff Bodine, Morgan Shepherd, Alan Kowicki, and Kyle Petty. Rusty Wallace is slowing down on the racetrack coming in the third turn. Let's hope Rusty Wallace gets off the track, or we'll have a yellow flag which will bunch them up again. Rusty Wallace moving slowly on the track. Harold Kinder watching them. Also, we see up here Les Richter keeping a very careful eye out for the car slowing down. It's Rusty Wallace in the Kodiak Pontiac.
And Bill, right now it looks like he's just coming very slowly into the pits.
Well, Buddy Baker's back out again. Rusty Wallace, I believe. Oh, what a bad break, making that big left-hand turn down into the garage area underneath the Quaker State sign. The end of the day for Rusty Wallace, and into the garage area he goes. Leader continues to be Tim Richmond. Bill Elliott races in second spot. Third is Dale Earnhardt. Fourth, Benny Parsons. Fifth, Terry Labonte. In sixth spot, we have here Cale Yarborough. In seventh is Jeff Bodine, followed by Morgan Shepherd, Alan Kowicki, and Kyle Petty. And then next we have Neil Bonnet and Phil Parsons. Sid, you're waiting to make an announcement.
One other, your attention one more time, please. Also, a vehicle must be moved, a black Chevy pickup, black Chevrolet pickup, New Jersey plates, ASN 985. New Jersey plate ASN 98J. That's 98J. ASN 98J. Black Chevy pickup must be moved at this time.
All right, 15 laps completed. There's Bobby Allison back in the hunt again. Bobby Allison going in the chase. Going by the 67 is Buddy Arrington. And Tim Richmond, your leader, is about to lap Buddy Arrington. Buddy Baker back in the hunt. Buddy Baker just about half a lap down. Look at the action here with Kyle Petty right on the bumper of Alan Kulwicki. He would like to pick up a spot there. And there's Ricky Rudd chasing after Phil Parsons, Kenny Schrader, Sterling Martin in that order as they go by. Harry Gant and car number 30.
Mike, that's Mike Waltrip.
It's Mike Waltrip.
And I noticed, Bill, well back of the pack, two well-known names. One, of course, Darrell Waltrip in that number 17 Tide machine. And even a few cars back of Waltrip is Davey Allison, who's a two-time winner on the Winston Cup circuit so far this year.
Well, remembering, too, that Davey Allison is still perhaps getting used to that backup car. He wrecked the other car yesterday in practice and had to only about 5 minutes of practice left before he had to go out and qualify that backup machine. So Davey Allison driving a backup car and certainly looking for a good finish here today. Here's Cale Yarborough with the Hardee's Oldsmobile. Saw an interview with him on television this morning before we left the house, talking about the fact that he never gets tired or bored out there because something different every lap. And right now, Cale Yarborough's got some catching up to do. We got a black flag being displayed for one of the cars down here. We'll try to find out who it is. We also see Harry Gant back there.
The 10-lap rundown.
Davey Allison now
Number
getting
25,
around Bobby Dillon.
11, 35, 3, 9, 29, 27, 26, 7, 22. It was a new track record for 25 miles, which was held by Jeff Bodine. The new track record is 151.771.
Your leader, Tim Richmond, adding another lap, and it looks like Bill Elliott might be getting a little bit closer to Tim Richmond. Might be getting just a little bit closer.
And so, Bill, for 25 miles of this Miller High Life 500, a new record 151.7 miles an hour.
Brand new track record, 151.771 miles an hour. The black flag, I believe, was for the number 90 of Kenny Schrader. Well, we see that car coming in there, talking to him. They're working at the front of the car. Apparently there's windshield or something. We'll try to get the glasses on and see what's going on down there.
Bill, we were just talking about that through 25 miles, 151.7 miles an hour. Of course, there's still a long way to go, but the track record for 500 miles set by Darrell Waltrip back in 1978 when he averaged 142.5 miles an hour during the summer 500.
And it goes back a couple of years. Okay, they are taking the windshield out of the number 90 Red Baron Frozen Pizza Ford and putting another windshield in Kenny Schrader's car. So apparently something out there caused that windshield to break and to crack.
We're through 19 laps, and Tim Richmond is still the leader as Kenny Schrader gets off with the new windshield and down pit row, and he gets set to rejoin the field. Again, through 19 laps, Tim Richmond is your leader. Bill Elliott, followed by Dale Earnhardt and Benny Parsons.
Sid Michaels, that's as long as it took to get the gas station attendant out of the gas station the last time I found a gas station attendant.
If only we could all carry a crew like that in the back seats.
For replacing a windshield, we should have timed the stop, but we didn't. We see cars being passed, some of the slower cars now as they're lapping the field and setting a tremendous pace in this 500-mile event here this afternoon.
And Bobby Allison passes the front straightaway, passes the grandstand and the start-finish line as Tim Richmond, your leader, comes across also, followed by Bill Elliott, and well behind him is the car number 3 of points leader Dale Earnhardt.
And I noticed going down the front straightaway here that Tim Richmond and Bill Elliott both taking different lines here, one closer to the wall than the other, checking the track out, trying to get away from the wall because that wall does create some air disturbance. So if you get out into a cleaner air, you'll be all right. Now we're going to see some drafting starting to take place because they're going to want to get some clean air onto the radiators of these cars. Davey Allison racing with Greg Sachs down the front straightaway.
And the car number 43 of Richard Petty, which is being driven today by Joe Ruttman. Again, as Bill mentioned earlier to you, Richard Petty banged up 2 weeks ago at Dover, Delaware. He ran the first lap and then pulled into the pits where Joe Ruttman climbed into the driver's seat, and he's trying to catch up to the rest of the field right now as we are coming across. This will be lap number 22. And again, it looks as though Richmond and Elliott continue to lead the rest of the field by many, many car lengths as they come down the front straightaway. There is Tim Richmond, followed by Bill Elliott. And the third place car, Dale Earnhardt, just going over the start-finish line.
And 2 here, Sid, directly ahead of your leader, a popular name in a local dirt track area, is out front driving car number 80, making his first Winston Cup start here. Makes, I guess, his home track, you call it. Jimmy Horton out there in the car number 80. And the leader coming up on Jimmy, and I know eventually he would like to get into this Winston Cup racing full-time and get for the Rookie of the Year honors next year here in the circuit.
Jimmy Horton from Hamilton, New Jersey.
The Miles Concrete Ford, car number 80. Darrell Waltrip here on pit road.
As we check out Waltrip coming into the pits, they are changing tires on the right side and...
Yellow too, Sid. Yellow on the field.
Refueling.
Yellow flag being displayed.
You check left, I'll check right.
For a spin in turn 1. As the leaders pit.
Terry Labonte on pit road along with Bill Elliott.
And Dale Earnhardt. And also the leader, Tim Richmond, and his Hendrick teammate, Benny Parsons. And now all the leaders are starting to pit.
Jeff Bodine, Morgan Shepherd. Some adjustments inside of Elliott's car. One of the crew members crawling inside. All the cars here taking right side tires. Elliott back underway. Davey Allison. Joe Ruttman in the Richard Petty car.
And everybody racing to get out of the pits first. Bobby Hillen coming in, Dale Earnhardt pulling out.
Brett Bodine pulling in. Cale Yarborough here out quickly already. Neil Bonnet back on the way. Ricky Rudd. Kyle Petty here, still on pit road, along with Benny Parsons in car number 35. Another batch of pit stops. Buddy Baker leading this group in. Bobby Gearhart, another local dirt track competitor.
So apparently there was no debris on the track. There was a spin that did bring out the yellow. The pace car is out, and most of the leaders are back out on the track after pitting. Darrell Waltrip, who pitted a few laps earlier, stayed out on the track, and now he moves into the front spot for lap 24. Dale Earnhardt second, followed by Bill Elliott, and the man who has led for most of the first portion of this race, Tim Richmond.
Here we see Buddy Arrington back underway again. Here comes Jimmy Horton, the local dirt track driver we were just talking about on pit road, car number 80, the blue and white Thunderbird right down below. Bobby Allison giving Jimmy some pointers here during the week on the handling and setup of the car. Bobby Allison working right along here with Jimmy Horton in his Winston Cup start.
And speaking of Bobby Allison, he is in the pits making his pit stop right now.
And Harry Gant back on pit road, car number 33, and the 35 of Benny Parsons coming in for the second time.
And Gant, they're lifting the hood on the car of Gant and doing some work underneath.
And looks like they're topping off the tank again here on the 35 of Benny Parsons and left side tires. Jimmy Horton, a quick pit stop back underway in car number 80.
20 lap rundown. Car number 25, 9, 3, 35, 11, 29, 5, 7, 26, and 21. It's another new track record for 50 miles. Record
So
at
bad sign here for Harry Gant with the hood still up on the car. Now it's finally dropped down. And Harry's back underway. J.D. McDuffie now on pit road. Pace car brings down here Darrell Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt, Bill Elliott, Tim Richmond, Terry Labonte, Jeff Bodine, Cale Yarborough, Morgan Shepherd, Kyle Petty, Ricky Rudd moving by. 25 laps shown complete here on the field.
And once again, that new 50-lap record, 151.0 miles an hour. The record before that for the Miller 500 for 50 miles, Jeff Bodine back in 1985 averaged 147.7 miles an hour. So we're about 4 miles an hour, almost 4 miles an hour faster in today's Miller High Life 500.
And I think we knew that was coming, right, Sid, after watching yesterday's time trials, all those cars that broke the track record in qualifying.
Some of the drivers mentioned yesterday they felt that the quicker speeds during qualifying was due to the fact that the new NASCAR rules eliminated 200 pounds. The cars were 200 pounds lighter this year. And they felt that and the fact that it was a colder day yesterday added to the higher speeds and enabled that one-lap NASCAR speed record here at Pocono to be broken not once, not twice, but 3 times. The last, of course, by Terry Labonte, who sat on the pole today. As the cars led by the Oldsmobile pace car go over the tunnel and come down, about to enter the final turn here at Pocono International Raceway again. We are under a caution period.
So they feel still under yellow. Steve Kritzman back on pit road here in car number 62, taking advantage of his yellow flag period. Big winner this year, Dale Earnhardt in car number 3 with 6 victories. Davey Allison, a two-time winner on the year. Bill Elliott, Ricky Rudd, and Kyle Petty with single wins each.
They came all the way back around to start finish and effectively put a lap on Waltrip, who was the last car on the lead lap. So he lines up next to Dale Earnhardt on the restart. Also on the inside lane will be Buddy Baker along with Ken Schrader. Those cars have gone a lap down due to the unscheduled pit stops. They'll all have a chance to get them back this time by as the safety car leads Earnhardt and the
around the far turn, and the drivers are coming around the turn number 3 here at Pocono International Raceway, and they'll be heading for that start-finish line. Lap number 26. As we look at the big leaderboard, Dale Earnhardt, followed by Bill Elliott, Tim Richmond, and Jeff Bodine in the number 4 spot right now, and they will be coming down, turning it on as they head past the main grandstand here at Long Pond. And there's the green flag from Harold Kinder, and Dale Earnhardt shoots out, followed by Bill Elliott, Tim Richmond, and Jeff Bodine.
Any U-Haul mechanic, call extension 149. Any U-Haul mechanic, please call extension 149.
Well, your leader is Dale Earnhardt. Right behind him, Bill Elliott. And then it's Tim Richmond.
And Bill, one thing that yellow flag did do, it bunched up the leaders once again.
Look at Elliott. Elliott looks to the inside of Earnhardt now. And going down to turn number 1, it is looks like it that Earnhardt got the lead. It's Earnhardt and Elliott. Elliott wants to get that lead from Dale Earnhardt.
It's Dale Earnhardt, followed by Bill Elliott, then Tim Richmond, Terry Labonte. Those 4 are pretty much bunched together, and then Cale Yarborough, Jeff Bodine.
We see several drivers trying to get through turn number 2 side by side. That's a tough place to do that. I'll tell you, these guys really are running all flat out today.
Buddy Baker has now moved ahead of Ken Schrader. And so is Rusty Wallace. And Morgan Shepherd.
There's Cale Yarborough, Jeff Bodine, Buddy Baker. Okay. Dale Earnhardt leads by about 1 car length, Sid, over the number 9.
And those 2, Earnhardt and Elliott, as they head around the back and head toward the tunnel turn, those 2 are starting to pull away, opening up some space on Tim Richmond and Terry Labonte. Then well behind those 4, Cale Yarborough, Jeff Bodine, and Buddy Baker. Bobby Allison has now moved up into the next position. has picked up one spot also. Bunched up, coming around the third turn here at Pocono and heading down toward the start-finish line. Dale Earnhardt with about a 2 or 3 car length lead on Bill Elliott, Tim Richmond, and Terry Labonte, who was the pole sitter today.
Well, Sid Michaels, from the TV screen to the announce booth, how do you like it up here?
Well, it's an interesting view, interesting advantage, or vantage point, I should say, and
the script is being played right in front of your eyes, isn't it?
As opposed to the TV script, so to speak.
And Sid, you are the sports anchor at WBRE Channel 28 in Wilkes-Barre.
We're at 152.
So those of you from the Wilkes-Barre area, or even the Allentown area where we get it down there, just tune in and watch Sid Michaels. He'll be talking about this all week, we hope, at least. Good experience for you, Sid. Glad to have you here with me.
It's a lot of fun. We were down Dover a few weeks ago and got a chance to see some of the action down there. And, of course, Pocono now, and then once again in July. They'll be back one more time, the Winston Cup drivers.
Okay, now there's Jeff Bodine working behind the number 29 of Cale Yarborough. Lots of action still in the back of the pack. And Davey Allison still racing with Greg Sachs, and about 20 laps ago he was still doing that. What competition there between those two drivers back in the pack.
Laps completed here at Pocono in the Miller High Life 500. Dale Earnhardt still the leader. Again, the top 4 staying the same, holding their positions. Earnhardt, Elliott, Richmond, and Terry Labonte.
Bill Elliott working behind.
30-lap rundown. 3, 9, 25, 11, 29, 5, 22, 21, 15, 75. Speed 133.333.
What's his name? Son drives. Dale Jarrett's in that car, of course. We're 33 laps complete here at Pocono International Raceway. Dale Earnhardt leading Bill Elliott, Tim Richmond, and Terry Labonte. From Pocono International Raceway, this is MRN, the Motor Racing Network.
Okay. 33 laps in the books. Dale Earnhardt, your leader, over the tunnel turn. Bill Elliott, 2 car lengths behind. Then is Tim Richmond and Terry Labonte. Those 4 drivers in a race all by themselves, and even though they look to be spread apart by several car lengths at speeds of 150 plus miles an hour, going on the front straightaway, speeds of about 175, 180 miles an hour, they're not far apart at all. As a matter of fact, the first 4 cars in this 500-mile race are just separated by 1.24 seconds. Sid Michaels, how's that for competition?
Well, Pocono, one of the most competitive tracks on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit, averaging 42 lead changes an event.
Well, we see now that Darrell Waltrip in the Tide machine, and that's a car that you cannot miss on the racetrack. Racing down there behind Benny Parsons.
Still looking for that first victory of 1987 with that new Tide team is Darrell Waltrip. Dale Earnhardt still the leader. Again, Earnhardt, winner of 6 races this year, 7 if you count that Winston Invitational in which he won that 10-lap shootout at the end. But he hasn't won in quite a few weeks. In fact, it's been 4 races ago since Dale Earnhardt ended his 4 race win streak. He won 4 in a row, Bill.
Well, it was 1 in 24 100 seconds last time around. This time it's 1.40. So they're running very consistently, running very close together. Sid, I'm wondering what effect the wind is having. We stand here looking at the American flag, standing straight out in a bit of a stiff breeze. These cars are not really light, but they're not awful heavy either. So they got the wind at their backs going down this long front straightaway. And what happens when they go up the back stretch and on the third turn, the north straight rather? So now we see Elliott moving in just a little bit closer to Earnhardt. Bill Elliott on the move. Elliott looks to the inside. Can he make the move? He can't make the move in turn number 3, but he's very, very close. Let's go to Motor Racing Network for the call of these two guys.
Here he comes on the attack again in turn 3, and he'll get him off turn 3.
Takes it right down to the bottom of the racetrack and will take the position away from Jeff Bodine. Now, Kyle told us earlier in the week here at Pocono that he is trying to sit his car up to run right down in the apron of the racetrack through turn number 1. That is the place to go. He and Bodine are still door-to-door heading off to Eli Gold.
Side by side, look at Bill Elliott. Elliott on the inside. Bill Elliott and Dale Earnhardt rather that way. Earnhardt will not give way. Look at the action going down in the tunnel. It's Bill Elliott. Elliott has the lead. Bill Elliott fans, how about that? Now look at Earnhardt. He's not giving up on the inside on the North Straight. And right behind now we have Tim Richmond with the best seat in the house for this. There's 3 abreast in the North Straight. Oh, look at this racing action coming through turn number 3. Earnhardt was in first, second, and third between the tunnel turn and turn number 3. And Tim Richmond now going to chase him for a while. Of course, Terry Labonte's watching the whole thing. Sid Michaels, how's that for racing action?
It seems as though Labonte is just sitting back there in 4th position right now, and he's enjoying the view. As you said, 3 different leaders right there within a space of maybe a half mile to a mile.
Yeah, a couple hundred yards, about as far as you can hit a golf ball, I understand.
But a lot straighter they went on that one.
We're glad they went straight, too. This has been really a very, very incident-free race so far. We had a couple of spins, minor incidents on the track. But for racing 37 laps, it's been a very tight race so far, despite the fact that we see these drivers separated. You think they're testing each other now, Sid? Somebody just trying to see what the other guy can do, what he's got?
That may be, Bill. Again, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, Labonte ran very well here yesterday in qualifying, sitting back in 4th position and watching the 3 leaders bang it out among themselves as they head down the front stretch.
Oh, Tim Richmond is right on the bumper of Dale Earnhardt. He is running very close to him, drafting, watching. Let's see, you got the glasses on him, Sid. We'll see if we have a new leader going through turn number 1.
Now Bill Earnhardt has opened it up by about 2 car lengths, maybe 3 car lengths on Richmond now, as they go high along the wall, going down toward the tunnel turn.
Terry Labonte racing in 4th spot, just sort of watching everybody and see what somebody's going to do. Of course, when they stop, they get some new rubber on there. That's going to make a world of difference.
Earnhardt, as the fans in the main grandstand will see as they come down, Earnhardt did put a little bit of breathing room between himself and Richmond. Let's see if Richmond can close the gap one more time as they come in.
Well, they've got a couple slower cars in front of them. That's the man. There goes Richmond to the inside. Tim Richmond breaks the draft, looks to the inside, but he's got a couple slower cars ahead of him, so that's going to make a change. Let's see what happens now as they go through turn number 1.
Richmond had a shot to pass them, but as you mentioned, Bill, those slower cars kept him from doing that, and Earnhardt hangs on to his lead, and in fact gets it up to about 5 car lengths.
Now, the driver of the Goodrun Chevrolet is not having an easy time of it today. He certainly has his work cut out for him to stay ahead of the charges of Tim Richmond, Bill Elliott, and Terry Labonte in that order. It's 39 laps completed, 39 laps complete. Working on lap number 40 of this 500-mile race. Appears as though Tim Richmond has a bad push coming out of turn number 3.
4 car lengths every time around the speedway, and now the distance between the two Chevrolets is a respectable 2 or 3 car lengths. 40 laps, Earnhardt the leader. Richmond in second, Elliott third, Terry Labonte the 4th place car. We'll pause 10.
Action continues with your leader, Dale Earnhardt. And there's Davey Allison getting by Mike Waltrip. Of course, a lot of pit stops have jostled up the back of the pack. Side by side, look at this now, over the tunnel turn. Tim Richmond assumes the lead. Tim Richmond, watch Earnhardt now. Earnhardt going to look to the inside again. Earnhardt cannot regain it this time. Your leader coming around leading lap number 41 right now at least is Tim Richmond, who reportedly had a bad push. We see Buddy Arrington diving into the pit area rather suddenly. Watch it coming down the front straightaway. Fans cheering as defending champion Tim Richmond leads lap number 41.
Cale Yarborough, Buddy Baker. Coming in well beyond the leaders, there's Kyle Petty and Jeff Bodine. Ricky Rudd. Morgan Shepherd.
Very shortly, we should get a 40-lap rundown for you. And they'll be able to inform you as to who's running where. Bobby Gerhardt from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, coming in, and the end of the day for Bobby Gerhardt. Your leader right here now. We see Bill Elliott. Elliott moving up on the number 3 of Earnhardt. Bill Elliott moving up just a little bit now. Perhaps we're going to have another challenge for Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt.
A few laps too, Bill. In turn number 2, Tim Richmond was doing a little dirt track style running there when he was dueling with Dale Earnhardt.
It was reported by MRN that he had a little bit of a push in
25,
there. So
9, 11, 29,
we'll see what develops there.
21,
what we're watching now is Bill
5,
Elliott is 1 car length
26,
behind Dale Earnhardt
15,
in turn
55.
number 2.
Speed,
And Bill Elliott looking to the inside. Can't make the move on
There
Dale
are 25
Earnhardt.
cars on the
But
lead
right
lap.
now, Dale Earnhardt has to stay ahead. Bill Elliott looking to the inside again. They race up the north straightaway in turn number 3. Bill Elliott is about a half a car length behind. If Dale Earnhardt makes one little slip, it's going to be Bill Elliott in second place. Looking now as they come down the front straightaway. Elliott will not make his move this lap, sort of setting up and seeing what he can do. Bill Elliott. Robert Bassett of Duncannon, Pennsylvania, call extension 149.
I believe, too, Bill, I heard on the MRN that Buddy Baker possibly lost a lap in the pit area. It's going to be a tough break there for Buddy Baker in car number 88, who looks running real strong right now.
Okay, we're watching the battle for a second spot going down the Long Pond Straight. Now Dale Earnhardt has pulled to about 4 car lengths ahead of Bill Elliott. Your leader continues to be Tim Richmond. And now, once again, Elliott moves up a little bit closer, just a little bit closer. Lots of racing going on in runner-up positions, but the battle for second spot is so tight, we're going to keep you filled in on that one right now. Getting in front of some slower cars, that could make a considerable difference. Bobby Gerhardt is the second car out of the race behind the pit wall and in the garage area. There's your battle for the second spot. Bill Elliott just sort of watching now to see who's running where and what he can do with Dale Earnhardt.
Your leaders, too, in turn number 1, coming up on Charlie Rudolph out of Ransomville, New York, set to put a lap on that car.
Jeff Bodine working in a car that is a brand new car. They practiced with it earlier the week at Michigan, and now bringing it out here. This is the first race for that automobile. And it's not one that they bought, it's one they built themselves, and they're still trying to work some of the bugs out of the car. Tim Richmond continues to set the pace. Tim, of course, as you know, was extremely ill with double pneumonia this winter and has done a lot of time recuperating. He's practiced. He ran the Winston. This is his first Winston Cup points race.
Richmond brings the field off of turn number 3. with the battle for second still continuing. Dale Earnhardt and Bill Elliott. This time, Earnhardt has a slight edge, but let's watch Elliott by the start-finish line. Remains the same between those two drivers. Terry Labonte still hanging on the fourth, and Cale Yarborough rounding out the top five.
Now, Buddy Baker, we believe to be a lap down, but then it's Kyle Petty in the number 21, Jeff Bodine in car number 5, 15 of Ricky Rudd, the 26 rather of Morgan Shepherd, the 55 of Phil Parsons, the 35 of Benny Parsons, the 75 of Neil Bonnet. And that is the way we believe they're racing at this time. We'll give you more information when we get the 40-lap rundown.
Leaders entering turn number 3. And right now, here's how they run the 40-lap rundown.
Dale Earnhardt, your leader. In second spot, the number 25, Tim Richmond. Third, Bill Elliott, car number 9. Fourth, the 11 of Terry Labonte. The fifth spot, the number 29, Cale Yarborough. Sixth, the 21 of Kyle Petty. Seventh, the 5 of Jeff Bodine. Eighth, number 26, Morgan Shepherd. Ninth, the 15 of Ricky Rudd. And 10th, car number 55, Phil Parsons. The average speed at the end of 40 laps, 100 miles, 137.247 miles an hour. The reason the car number 27, Rusty Wallace, is out of the race because of engine bearings. There have been 4 lead changes among 4 different drivers. Yellow flag, laps 24 to 27, when car 12 spun in turn number 1.
Off the tunnel turn, Bill. The race for second tightens up some more. Bill Elliott closing. The third turn. Let's watch Earnhardt and Elliott for second. We know who's out front, still Tim Richmond, but the race for second tightens up between Earnhardt and Elliott. Cale Yarborough still working up through to car number 29, riding in that 5th position, Kyle Petty. Jeff Bodine goes by, Ricky Rudd down below, Phil Parsons, Benny Parsons, and Morgan Shepherd. Still remains the same. On the long pond straight, Earnhardt and Elliott continue that tight, close race for the runner-up spot. Your leader, Tim Richmond. Yeah. Solid up there, just maybe a fluffy white one drifting by. The only chance of any thunder showers this afternoon is about 20%. But when it is good weather here at Pocono, it's an absolute beautiful setting to come to this racetrack with the mountains all the way around and the speedway like it is. Good show going on here today, although the field is getting strung out all of a sudden. And Dick Brooks, when you see them string out like they are right now, it indicates, as many of the drivers and teams told me in the garage yesterday, I guess I asked half a dozen of them, do you really know if you've got the right setup before you start the race? And they say never. Sometimes the car can feel great in practice. You can drop the green and go straight backwards. You think you have a hot tip. But today it's obvious that there are a lot of cars that miss the setup.
This is one of the most handling tracks, Barney, that this circuit runs on. different racetracks or 3 different corners to fit it on. If they started off, say, with just a little bit of push or a little bit of loose, they ran 24 laps or whatever, and they all got a chance to come in and make some changes. Well, they're trying to adjust up tire stagger and what have you, but they still wasn't on a hot racetrack. The racetrack yesterday was cool and almost wet when they practiced. They didn't get any practice harder the day before. So they're going to have to feel for what there is, and this is the first time they've had a long chance to run and see what the car really is doing. So they're due for another pit stop here. Looks like in about another 25, about another 4, 5 or 6 laps they'll start hitting. So I'm sure some of them are anxious to get in and start making some adjustments.
With Richmond leading the event here this afternoon, perhaps Ned Jarrett can wander over to the Folgers Coffee Pits and talk with Harry Hyde, who should be in contact with him on the radio. I guarantee he's pounding on the wheel. He's happy right now. Got to be the way he's come back this afternoon. We will see some more pit stops coming up before too long, Mike.
I think fairly soon. Let's give a call to the 2 dirt track drivers off the New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York circuit. Jimmy Horton right now running 28th, and Charlie Rudolph, who Ned talked to on the starting grid, is right in his draft in 29th position. Both those drivers were at Dover. Horton qualified his car, but crashed it in practice and did not start the race. Yet Rudolph started and gave a good accounting of himself. First time on the super speedway for him. Jimmy Horton has driven some sportsman races for Bobby Allison's team and worked along with them, but both those drivers giving a good account of themselves here this afternoon.
We see a lot of drivers come up in this area, come here into Dover, Delaware, and most of the time it's a good place to get experience, particularly this racetrack. You say it's not all that physically demanding, although it's very difficult to get a car dialed in under you. It's a good place to get some competition in against the best Winston Cup.
Close.
Well, this may be the first of the pit stops. We anticipate them coming up very quickly, as we'll try to watch and see if we get some indication. They're changing right side rubber on Bobby Hillen Jr.'s car. Here's your leader, Tim Richmond, and here's Bill Elliott racing behind the number 64. That's Rodney Combs. Richmond has opened up to almost 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds, 1.57 seconds, almost 2 seconds separating the two of them. So Tim Richmond has opened up the gap somewhat. They may be stretching it out. They're going to have to stop within the next, I think, perhaps 5 laps. Within the next 5 laps, I believe they're going to have to stop and take on fuel. They'll change tires. Going to make a whole different race out of this. Tim Richmond. What a story he is, coming back from that almost fatal illness to this position to lead and hopefully take his 3rd in a row victory at this raceway. Okay, we're going to get a lap time.
Speed on lap 50, 139.535.
Now, Bill Elliott's got clear air in front of him. Nobody between he and your leader, the number 25 of Tim Richmond. Well, we see Elliott's crew getting ready down here with a potential pit stop.
And down below us there, Benny Parsons right on the bumper of Ricky Rudd. Benny Parsons set to pick up another spot, make a move here in turn number 1. Let's watch Benny Parsons and Ricky Rudd. We mentioned Parsons coming back through that field quickly in car number 35. Kenny Schrader, the Red Baron Pizza car here on pit road in car number 90. Robert Bassett, please call 149. Robert Bassett, please call extension 149.
Yeah.
Elliott Earnhardt still remain the same here, 2nd and 3rd in turn 1 as Schrader completes his pit stop. Let's watch Benny Parsons on the move in car number 35. Benny Parsons, the Folgers Exxon Chevrolet, still on the tail of Ricky Rudd. Tim Richmond remains the leader. Puts a lap on another car coming off the tunnel turn, working down the North Straight. Tim Richmond, so far, easily in command on the North Straight. Tim Richmond running the Folgers Exxon Chevrolet.
Watching for potential pit stops coming up. As we indicated earlier, we saw Bill Elliott's crew apparently getting ready, and Bill Elliott now is a good bit behind. They're starting to spread out just a little bit more.
And on the last lap, Bill, the average speed for your leader, Tim Richmond, 149.007 miles per hour.
149.007 is the speed for Tim Richmond.
Joe Ruttman moving in on Morgan Shepherd by the start-finish line. Alan Kowicki right behind those two. Pit stop, Bobby Allison.
Bobby Allison, the first, actually second stop. Bobby Hillen was in earlier. We saw the Elliott crew signaling something to the Bill Elliott, their driver, so we wait for that to happen.
And we see some more pit stops set to come up down below. We see drivers here with tires in hand. Jack set to jump over the wall.
Richmond continues. And Elliott, they're staying out there. Bill Elliott just getting by Trevor Boyes. Dale Earnhardt in that order. There's Labonte.
Bobby Allison completes his pit stop back underway in car 22.
All right, with Tim Richmond is not quite far enough ahead in case he would make the stop that he will be able to get out ahead, I don't believe, of Bill Elliott, although he has picked up some speed. Tim Richmond has his pit board out. They're getting ready to get him.
Rasher pit stop scheduled to come up.
Now here's the first one, and it is Tim Richmond. Richmond comes in. Bill Elliott, your leader now. Tim Richmond is in the pit. We'll give you a time on that pit stop of Bill Elliott. The car's in, the wheels come to a stop, the clock is on. They're changing left side tires, filling the fuel tank up. Meanwhile, we'll watch Bill Elliott and keep an eye on where he is on the racetrack. Left side tires have been changed there, and Tim is underway. 15.10 seconds. 15.10 seconds. We'll keep a record of that particular time.
Harold.
15.10 seconds. Now watch next for Bill Elliott to make his stop. And Bill Elliott is your race leader. Here he comes, Elliott in turn number 3. The crew is not ready for him yet, and Bill Elliott, I believe, is going to stay out on the track. In your lead, Dale Earnhardt coming in. Now, Elliott's showing that he can stay out just a little bit longer than everybody else. Let's get a time on Dale Earnhardt's pit. Jack Mann is over there, man, coming out with 2 tires. The wheels have stopped, and he's on his pit stop time.
The Copenhagen Racing crew, they're getting ready also for a pit stop down below.
Right here.
35, Benny Parsons is getting scheduled for a pit stop. The pit board being displayed. Both Dines in. Ricky Rudd.
17.28 seconds on Earnhardt, a little bit longer than Richmond. A little longer than Richmond. Now, we'll watch the Elliott pit. Bill Elliott, here comes Darrell Waltrip in.
Right side tires on both Dines. Sterling Marlin and quick one, Benny Parsons. Quick pit stop.
Okay, now watching the for the Elliott car.
Bodine back out. Rudd underway.
There's Greg Sachs from Matatock, New York, coming in. Here comes Elliott. We'll get a clock on Elliott's stop. And here's Bill Elliott in with that Coors Melling Ford. People working on the jacks. The car's being jacked up. They're topping off the fuel tank, changing left side rubber on the car. Ernie Elliott, the crew chief, the tires have been changed. The jack is now going to go down, and he's underway. 15.28 seconds. A good stop for, we've got caution.
Drive back to the garage. That will put us under caution for the second time this afternoon. That's going to be a break for some drivers and not a break for others at lap number 59, as caution is on the speedway for the second time today. Let's go back for a quick recap on what happened on that tunnel turn.
Jimmy Horton driving the Miles Concrete, car number 80, his first ever Winston Cup start. As we mentioned earlier, he did qualify at Dover, but crashed the car in practice, wasn't able to start. He's been running a very smooth race. So earlier commented about me, dirt track star Charlie Rudolph doing a very, very good job. Well, the dirt track experience for Horton may have paid off here in turn number 2. It was a rather slow spin. It appeared to happen, maybe the car, something may have stepped down the tire, or perhaps he just lost it for a moment. Nevertheless, there was traffic right behind him. No contact was made, and everybody's on their way. And in fact, he is headed for the pits right now.
It's going to be a big break for a lot of the drivers that had not made that stop.
Yes, it will be, Barney Hall. Here comes Terry Labonte down pit road. He was one of those drivers that would be a break for. Cale Yarberg coming in the hardest Oldsmobile. Everybody who had not made a pit stop and were about ready, certainly it'll be a break for. Those that had just made pit stops, it's a bad break for them because some of them, like Greg Saxon, Dale Jarrett, some of those were running far enough back in the field that they probably went a lap down. Here's Phil Parsons at the Copenhagen Oldsmobile, the SCP Pontiac with Joe Ruttman at the wheel, and others coming in. Even Dale Earnhardt and Tim Richmond coming back.
Bill Elliott back on pit road. Left side tires.
Took on right side tires during their green flag.
Terry Labonte off the pit road underway.
Caught is Davey Allison. The caution flag was waving when he made his pit stop, but the pace car will pick up Kyle Petty next time around as the race leader, and that'll probably catch Davey in the pits a lap down as well. We'll try to sort the scoring out when we come back to Pocono. 60 laps complete. We'll be right back.
Harold Fish of Blue Mountain Lake, New York, call extension 149. Harold Fish of Blue Mountain Lake, New York, call extension 149.
Well, as they come up back on the track, car number 21, Kyle Petty, is in the lead. Kyle, of course, a winner earlier this season when he took the Coca-Cola 600.
Bobby Allison here back on pit road again, making a rash of pit stops here in car number 22, having a plague day here. Kyle Petty on the pit road, too, the car we just mentioned as the leader.
Benny Parsons coming into the pits one more time.
The other dirt driver we've spoken about here on pit road, the 04, Charlie Rudolph, makes the pit stop. Brett Bodine changing right side tires down below in car number 1. Benny Parsons' crew still working on the right side of car number 35. Darrell Waltrip back in. Jimmy Horton, car number 80 here on pit road, the car that brought out the recent yellow.
And Buddy Baker pulling into the pits. He's making a stop.
Tough break, too, for him earlier, right, Sid? He was running so stronger, had to lose that lap earlier in the pit stops. Otherwise, he would have been up there in the top 5 there for a while.
29, 21, 22, 55, 75, 9, 25, 3, 7. Speed 140.479.
Working on the right side of Horton's car. Buddy Baker back underway, along with Mike Waltrip, car number 30.
Baker, after a quick pit stop, getting tires changed on the right side of his car. And the pace car is out once again, and they'll line up behind that pace car and come down along the main straightaway one more time in front of the main grandstand here at Pocono.
More pit stops taking place. Neil Bonnet along with Greg Sachs. Terry Labonte shown as the leader here on the pylon down below us. Morgan Shepherd in. Jimmy Means and Trevor Boyd. Alan Kowicki in car number 7. Morgan Shepherd back underway. The crew here making a few adjustments inside of Neil Bonnet's car. Almost stalls over there. Had to be pushed here, car number 75. Almost stalling, losing some time there on pit road. Charlie Rudolph back going. Jimmy Horton down below on the Miles Concrete Ford Thunderbird. Here's the tire and wheel here rolling down in turn number 1.
J.D. McDuffie's car, meanwhile, has come to a stop in the grass inside of turn number 1. So problems for J.D. and the tire is still on trucking down the road.
Well, there's a good possibility we might see the caution come back out again as the field is already just working out of the tunnel turn and heading up to turn number 3. McDuffie's car has gone down to the apron of the track, as Eli Gold reported, and that tire and wheel went out and tagged the outside wall. The field is up in turn number 3.
Pace car has moved off the track. The field getting set for a start. Up front, however, not in the lead lap is Davey Allison. Then it's the Sterling Marlin car and the race leader. Third in line, Terry Labonte as they exit turn 3. Out of
Green back underway. Here's the field below us. Terry Labonte shown as the leader in car number 11. And Cale Yarborough right there, close in second on his bumper.
David Shobat, report to the media center. David Shobat, report to the media center.
So as you heard, a tough break for J.D. McDuffie, losing that tire and wheel down on the inside of the Raceway in the grass area in car number 70. But right now, look at this battle. 2 and 3 wide down the Long Pond Straight. Cale Yarborough, Terry Labonte.
Labonte, and again followed by Cale Yarborough, Bill Elliott, and Dale Earnhardt.
Yellow down below here, yellow from Harold Kinder.
Is on the speedway. They have assessed that J.D. McDuffie's car might be in a precarious position, so they have now put the caution on the field as they come back down to the line. There won't be that much change up at the front of the pack as Labonte will retain the lead. Schrader will what? Get his lap back.
Yes, he will, Barney. He's out ahead of Terry Labonte, and that's a good move for Toonie Donlevy and the Red Baron Pizza team. It will put Schrader back on the lead lap. So we're under caution. This will be the third one, and let's go back up to Gary Montgomery up there in turn 2.
Again, that tire and wheel did come rolling aimlessly out of turn 1 before the cars came around. Yeah, out of turn 1. Rolled to a stop in the grassy area well off the racetrack. So that was not a factor as they came charging out. From my vantage point, I cannot see where the McDuffie car was, but obviously everybody made it around.
Well, here comes Ken Schrader, and he gets the free pass all the way around, having beaten Labonte to the start-finish line. He picked up $2,000 from Van Camp's 2 weeks ago up at Dover, Delaware, the Van Camp Beans Award for the highest finishing non-winner on the tour. Dave Marcus got a grand for the second spot in that category, and Schrader joins Alan Kulwicki as the category leader, looking for the $25,000 first prize from Van Camps at the season's end. Here's Derek Cope coming into the pit lane, past Ned Jarrett.
Well, Mike King had just come in a moment ago as the green flag was coming out, went down and they changed tires on his Al Yogard car, and he's coming back in now. So Derek having a little bit of problems here.
Just 64 laps are being posted on the board here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. We're under caution for the third time this afternoon. To recap a little bit of what's happened in the early going in the race, we had a caution on lap number 22, first of the day, when Jim Bounds spun out in turn number 1. Didn't hurt Bounds' car, and he is continuing to run here this afternoon. Jimmy Horton brought the yellow flag out on lap 59 when he spun over in the tunnel turn over there, and J.D. McDuffie, who lost the wheel down in front of Eli Gold. Quickly for an update there, let's go back to Eli.
J.D. has climbed out of the car. His machine sits just about a foot or 2 or 3 off the racing surface. It was not necessarily, it was not blocking the racing groove by any stretch, but it was close enough for NASCAR to bring out the caution. J.D. is fine. He hopped out of the car to survey what little damage there was. Of course, the wheel is missing.
On pit road, Alan Kulwicki, Bobby Allison, and Sterling Marlin will recap.
And they've got the tow truck down there to get J.D. McDuffie's car back in to the garage area, just past turn 1 down to the right end of the raceway.
Bobby Allison back on pit road, changing right and left side tires on his car.
And the number 7 car of Alan Kulwicki with the hood up, refueling, and they are checking under the hood.
And Ken Schrader, the driver to just regain that lap he lost on the same lap of the leader, through on pit road in car number 90, the Red Baron Pizza car. So a good move there by Ken Schrader. And depending on his pit stop, he'll come out and remain there on the lead lap.
First 65 laps. Terry Labonte, who was the pole sitter for this Miller High Life 500, is in the lead, followed by Cale Yarborough, then Bill Elliott and Dale Earnhardt, as they line up behind the pace car going over the tunnel turn here at Pocono.
Schrader and Kolicki both underway once again down pit road, set to rejoin the field, along with the 12-her Jim Bone. Sterling Marlin remains on pit road in the number 44, the Piedmont Airlines Oldsmobile. Once again, Robert Bassett of Duncannon, Pennsylvania. Please call extension 149. Robert Bassett of Duncannon, Pennsylvania. Please call extension 149.
Buddy Arrington and Bobby Wayback coming into the pits now as Darrell Waltrip just completed a pit stop and he's headed out. And Sterling Marlin has now got the go-ahead and he is on his way back out.
Alan Kowicki down on the low side of the raceway on the front in car number 7. Buddy Arrington set to rejoin the field.
We are still under yellow. J.D. McDuffie losing a tire. They are getting his car off the apron of the track and bringing it in, and once that's done, we will go back to green. Terry Labonte, your leader, with Cale Yarborough in second place. Bill Elliott and Dale Earnhardt, a points leader at this point. Earnhardt with a lead of 209 points after 11 races. Earnhardt 1,823 points in the driving race. Bill Elliott coming in second with 1,614 points through the first 11 races. Earnhardt, of course, the defending Winston Cup driving champion, and Elliott, the champ 2 years ago when he won 11 super speedway races.
And just a reminder to the fans, don't forget the Summer 500 returns right here to Pocono. The top stars from the Winston Cup circuit back here on July the 17th through the 19th, the 500-mile NASCAR Winston Cup stock car event. All these cars return one more time this year, the Summer 500, July the 19th right here at Pocono.
The pace car still out there with that flashing light atop it. Leader Terry Labonte close behind.
Next weekend, these cars and stars will be running over at Riverside, California in the Budweiser 400 on the road course. The next scheduled event for the top NASCAR Winston Cup drivers.
Mel, the crew chief on what happened, Steve?
Well, we had an equipment failure on the last pit stop, and we come out of the pit right at the tail end of the lead lap behind the caution car. So he had to beat Terry Labonte back to the flag in order to stay in the lead lap, which he didn't. So he had enough momentum to pass Terry on further down the straightaway, so he should have pulled up and let Terry pass him before they come back to get the caution car. So we actually made up a lap under the caution. So they took that lap away, and then they held us another lap to penalize us. They talk about the driver's meeting. We just messed up.
That's got to be one of the longest stops I've ever seen anybody have to sit and just wait. Here, some places where it didn't take very long, but here, under the caution, it must take 4 minutes to make a lap, and you had to set 2 of them. That was a long time.
Yeah, it seems like forever when you're sitting here trying to grit your teeth and grin at the same time. But we'll be all right. We're going to run all day.
All right. That was a long, long way, Barney. I stood in the pits and waited with them, and I couldn't. They finally, the ones that were sitting in the chairs, even finally got down and walked up to the wall. That's how long it was.
Well, you see some of the best teams in the business make that mistake, or make a pit stop too early, or do something like that. You think after they've done it 20 years, there's no way they're going to do it again, and still they'll do it.
Or it does give you a long time to sit there and think about not doing it again. We'll take you back through the field at 66 laps. Terry Labonte, the Budweiser Chevrolet, is the race leader. The Hardee's Olds, Cale Yarborough rides second. The Coors Ford for Bill Elliott is third. The Wrangler Chevrolet, that's Dale Earnhardt, fourth place car. The Copenhagen Olds of Phil Parsons is fifth. Joe Ruttman in the Richard Petty STP Pontiac is sixth. Seventh is the Citgo Ford for Kyle Petty. In eighth, the Levi Garrett Chevrolet of Jeff Bodine. Ricky Rudd's Motorcraft Ford is ninth. Benny Parsons in the Folgers Chevrolet is 10th. Dave Marcus 11th. Harry Gant is 12th. 13th is Greg Sachs. 14th is Morgan Shepherd. And 15th, Tim Richmond. Neil Bonnet, the 16th place car. Mike Waltrip is 17th. Dale Jarrett is 18th. And Bobby Allison is posted as 19th. Ken Schrader would now be the 20th car. And those cars are running on the lead lap. Some of them, including Alan Kulwicki, peeling off now to make pit stops yet again. Let's go back to pit road.
Well, Alan and Benny at third.
And down on pit road, you see the 70 of J.D. McDuffie, the car that just brought on to yellow, minus his wheel, being pulled here back to the pit area. And Alan Kulwicki back in one more time in car 7.
This is about the third or fourth time Kulwicki has been in the past couple of laps and trying to get things going for Alan Kulwicki.
J.D. McDuffie out of Sanford, North Carolina, running the Rumpel Furniture Pontiac. Sets right down below with Alan Kulwicki back underway.
We are still under caution. We have been for the past 4 or 5 laps, and now that J.D. McDuffie car being towed into the garage area, so shortly we should be going back to green and getting racing going once again here in the Miller High Life 500 at Pocono International Raceway. As the cars come into the third turn, once again still being led by that Oldsmobile pace car.
And the current point standing for the 1987 Winston Cup has Dale Earnhardt as the point leader with 1,823 points. Second is Bill Elliott, and this is after 11 races. Second is Bill Elliott with 1,614. Third is Terry Labonte with 1,573. Fourth spot belongs to Neil Bonnet, 1,556. Fifth position for Rusty Wallace with 1,467. Sixth is Kyle Petty. Seventh is Darrell Waltrip. Eighth is Richard Petty. Ninth spot belongs to Ken Schrader. 10th is Ricky Rudd. 11th Parsons. 12th is Benny Parsons. 13th to Morgan Shepherd. 4th Jeff Bodine. And Alan Kulwicki rounds out the current top 15 in the 1987 Winston Cup point standings.
And it looks like the light is off atop the pace car here at Pocono International Raceway. That means as they come around, they'll be ready to put it up to full speed one more time. And you were mentioning the point leaders just a moment ago, Lou. You know, if Dale Earnhardt did not race today, if he missed this race, he would still have a 24-point lead over second place in the point standings. That's how far ahead he is at this point of the season after that fantastic start, winning 6 of the first 8 races.
That's some record, isn't it? That streak he had going right in a row there. The beginning he had 2, then he had a 4-race win streak.
And that, of course...
now he hasn't won for 4 times.
Yeah, he's trying to get something going here at Pocono. Earnhardt winning the Trans-South 500, the First Union 400, the Valleydale Meets 500, and the Sovereign Bank 500, his 4-race win streak as the cars head over the tunnel turn here at Pocono. Terry Labonte, your leader, Cale Yarborough, Bill Elliott, and the man we were just talking about a moment ago, Dale Earnhardt, in 4th position.
Looks like the pace car has pulled off on the North Straight. Starter Harold Kinder, flags in hand down below, set to go one more time. Let's watch them. Your field working out of turn number 3. Terry Labonte shown as the leader. Harold Kinder, green flag in hand, underway. Look at this, Labonte. On the outside, here comes Cale Yarborough, Dale Earnhardt, Bill Elliott, right together, side by side, heading to turn number 1. With green here on lap number 70. Bobby Allison ahead of the field, but not on the same lap here with the leaders. Terry Labonte is the leader, the third car in line, working off the tunnel turn. But watch, Dale Earnhardt coming up quick on Cale Yarborough. Dale Earnhardt right on the bumper, down low on the inside. Here comes Earnhardt. He slipped past Yarborough. Dale Earnhardt working back up to the second spot. Earnhardt on the move here. Bill Elliott, Cale Yarborough right behind them.
As Steve Chrisman heads into the pit area for a pit stop here on lap 71. Labonte the leader, Dale Earnhardt in second place, Cale Yarborough and Bill Elliott. Earnhardt moving up 2 positions on that restart around the far back turn here at Pocono International Raceway. Once again, ahead of the pack is Bobby Allison and son Davey, but then your race leader is Terry Labonte, who has now about a 7 or 8 car length lead. On second place, Dale Earnhardt. Bill Elliott trying to make up some ground, trying to catch up to third place, Cale Yarborough now as they come into turn number 3. Both cars going low. That battle for third place between Yarborough and Elliott as they come down the front straightaway. Again, Labonte is the race leader.
Bobby Allison trying to remain out front and gain a lap back on the rest of the field. Tim Richmond started to charge through. Look at Tim Richmond on the low side, 4 wide here, heading to turn number 1. Tim Richmond heading back to the front.
Richmond, of course, leading much of the early portion of today's Miller High Life 500.
Right now, Bobby Allison ahead of the field. Terry Labonte is the leader. The second car in line, Davey Allison. The third car on the track, Dale Earnhardt is in second. The fourth car heading off the tunnel. Cale Yarborough, Bill Elliott right behind him. This time, can your leader, Terry Labonte, get past Bobby Allison off of turn number 3? Labonte drafting him past the start-finish line.
There's Tim Richmond trying to get past that STP number 43 car, which is, of course, the Richard Petty car being driven by Joe Ruttman here this afternoon. As the top 4 cars hold their position that time around, Labonte, Earnhardt, Yarborough, and Bill Elliott. 73 laps gone by here at Pocono International Raceway in this Miller 500.
And Tim Richmond heads up the second pack of cars, just entering turn number 2. Richmond trying to break away and catch the tail of that first group, headed up by Bobby Allison, Terry Labonte, and Dale Earnhardt.
And now several of the cars are getting by Davey Allison, who was running up there on the restart, and now they're starting to pass Davey Allison, and some of the other cars will be trying to get past his dad, Bobby Allison, the leaders, who are on the head lap here.
Richmond really pouring it on, closing quickly on Davey Allison. Kyle Petty starting to come back through the field. And car number 21, Kyle Petty, back on the move. Early in the race, too, Sid, Kyle was up there in contention, running up in the top 5 for quite a while.
Tim Richmond, as you mentioned, coming on strong here once again, that Harry Hyde vehicle.
Speed lap Freelander machine off turn number 1. He makes no contact with the outside wall. He now comes to a halt near the apron of the racetrack. Dale Jarrett spins, but the car seems to be able to continue.
But yes, he has fired the car and is moving slowly on the bottom of the racetrack now. He pulled it out of harm's way, and now it appears maybe the car has stopped, but he pulled it off the racetrack into the bottom of the apron.
Puts us under caution for the 4th time this afternoon as Dale Jarrett is spun just going through the middle of turn number 1 down in front of Eli Gold. As they come back to the stripe under caution, Allison will be able to stay on the lead lap, and that's a good move for him. He's going to be able to work his way right back to the front of the pack.
And quickly, there's action on pit road. Jeff Bodine, Bill Elliott, Ricky Rudd, Benny Parsons, and Morgan Shepherd are in the pit lane. Let's go first to Ned.
Right side tires on the Coors milling forward of Bill Elliott, and Harry Gant coming down pit road as well. And they can do that here. They jump in very quickly. They might be able to set the pace cars coming out on the backstretch, get back out and stay in the lead lap.
Let's go to Dick Brooks.
Jeff Bodine come in. They got right side tires on it. They got some green stickers on those tires. I've never seen it before. I'll have to find out in a little bit what that is. Harry Gant goes by. He's had his stop made. They're changing left side tires on Jeff Bodine's car. Letting it go. Well, it just went out. I couldn't see. It was too far down the pit road. I couldn't tell what they were doing. The 35 car, Benny Parsons, is in. They're working on the left side of it. They've already changed the right side.
They're taking advantage of this caution flag real quickly. And again, the Bud Moore Motorcraft Ford of Ricky Rudd, who has been able to stay up in the top 14 or 15 this afternoon. They make a little adjustment on his machine to get him to running just a little bit better. So we may see some more cars on pit road if this becomes a lengthy caution flag. Again, Dale Jarrett spinning over just in the middle of turn number 1, that long sweeping corner, and let's see what the situation is there, Eli.
Well, the car just broke loose and did the loop. He did a heck of a job to keep it out of the wall because what is a 100-foot wide track on the straightaways narrows rather dramatically in the turns, but Dale Jarrett's car did not receive any other damage other than a spin, and he should be able to continue unless there was another major problem we couldn't see.
Well, here comes the whole front of the field onto pit road, and to cover some of these pit stops, let's first go to Dick Brooks.
Well, the ex-race leader of the 25 car, Folger's car, it just came in and stopped. He just made a regular normal stop. Sterling Marlin's back in. He's going to change tires on his car. They're just putting gas and cleaning the windshield. Dave Marcus, they've got Bobby Hillencar in to change left side tires on his car. Some of these cars, they're not going to change tires on because they've just stopped about 5 or 6 tires before. Buddy Baker's car, they changed all 4 tires on his car.
Ned?
Earl Walker getting 4 tires on the tire machine. You can hear him leave the pits. We were right next to him. Brett Bodine getting 4 tires on the Bullseye barbecue sauce car. Just practically everybody has come in and either taken on gas or taken on tires. A little further up pit road, the hood is up on the Roger Hamby car number 12 that Jim Bowen is driving here today. West Coast driver. He'll drive that car at Riverside next week. In the Budweiser 400, here's Dale Jarrett, the Freelander car. And everybody, as you say, taking advantage of this caution period.
Stafford Rosenthal has stopped into the booth. He's the regional sales manager for Miller Brewing Company and the Grand Marshal for today's race, and that must have been a lot of fun.
Indeed it was. In fact, it's quite an honor. And I've been the regional sales manager in charge of Pennsylvania and Delaware for about 8 years. And Joe Mattioli and I, we go back many years trying to put together a good race as a sponsorship for Miller High Life, and we finally got it off the ground, and I've been promoted, and this was a going away present, which is very great. I'm very grateful.
Well, congratulations. And have you ever seen this many folks at an auto race?
Absolutely not. If you recall, last year we experienced a lot of rain. It was disappointing for many fans that we had here, but this year it's superb. The weather is beautiful. You can't ask for anything better.
And so is the racing. Happy to have you folks with us, and again, congratulations on the promotion and on being Grand Marshal today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We're still under caution. They're giving the indication we'll go back to green and 1 more lap by. And Ricky Rudd is at the head of the pack. Good pit work on the Bud Moore team. Puts him back out there. And some late pit stops. Here's Michael Waltrip taking his machine back onto the racetrack. Dave Marcus is still on pit road. This would be a second stop for him. For any update there, let's go back to Ned.
Well, Mike Waltrip just came in for a cap off of fuel. Jimmy Means doing the same thing as far as he gets back out. As we said before, you want to get every ounce of fuel in that car that you possibly can't have when the green flag comes out. So that's what many of these drivers come in just where involved is. They got the signal for 1 more lap to go just to cap the fuel on.
From Pocono International Raceway, this is MRN, the Motor Racing Network.
we expect to be racing in just another lap. The pace car, you'll see, has turned the yellow lights off. Green flag to come up. Now that pace car will actually pull off the field back on the North Straight and come in the road course to get in position to go out again, and the field will come around unescorted, so to speak, through turn number 3 on the restart. Sid, I believe one of your counterparts, if I may, are you an ABC affiliate over there? NBC. Okay, the ABC station from Philadelphia, Channel 6. Scott Palmer, I believe, serving on the pit crew for Bobby Allison. Now that's maybe that'll be your next goal, huh? How would that be, Sid Michaels?
Had a chance to drive a car around here just a few weeks ago.
Oh yes, how did that go?
Got it up to all of 65 miles an hour down the straightaway.
Does that give you any idea of what these guys are going through out here?
It has got to be awesome, the feeling to get out there with 39 other cars and head down the straightaway, and especially into that first turn. It's got to be a tremendous feeling.
You've got to also have what it takes to hold that throttle down as long as it takes to hold it down to get where you're going. And that's not easy to do. The green flag is out. The Miller High Life 500 is underway once again. With your leader,
Ricky Rudd ahead of the pack.
Ricky Rudd. Let's follow them around with Motor Racing Network for the first lap.
You guys do try and flare out, including Bobby Allison again, who will pick up about a dozen spots on the start. Behind Ricky Rudd, Morgan Shepherd's car drops in line. A couple of lapped automobiles and Bill Elliott's machine. Gant and Sterling Marlin all the way further back. You've got cars who are running among the leaders, working their way through race traffic.
They run 3 wide down the backstretch. I believe that's the first time we've seen that all day. We failed to mention it, I believe, but that break, the caution coming out, a great break for Bobby Allison as he's now back in the lead lap.
The Motorcraft Ford of Ricky Rudd shows the way as they come over the tunnel turn and head down this short chute. Right behind him, Morgan Shepherd, his best position so far today. They head down the short chute into turn number 3. About 2 car lengths separating them, and behind Shepherd, the lap car of Bobby Hillin Jr. Next in line, the third place car of Bill Elliott. And Harry Gant works his way up around the outside. Gant starting to run well for the first time here this afternoon. They made a couple of pit stops to try to get that corrected. He does show up on the lead lap here. Tim Richmond, though, is right on his back bumper as they move past Kenny Schrader's car, and Elliott tries to duck underneath Bobby Hillin, all toward turn 1.
Elliott making the inside move. They're closing in on J.D. McDuffie, whose car just comes off pit road after repairs from the earlier caution flag. Harry Gant goes way wide. He'll open up the inside for Tim Richmond to make a move, and Dale Earnhardt is caught up in traffic about 18th in line.
Well, Ricky Rudd leads the parade down the back straight with Morgan Shepherd tucked tight behind as he rides in the number 2 spot.
And Sid Michaels, I see a car moving very slowly down the backstretch. Who's that? Can you pick it up?
That looks like the car of J.D. McDuffie back there.
J.D. just went in and did some work on the car, and he may be coming back off the track again. Apparently something not right on the front. But racing action now in the North Straight.
Tim Richmond has moved ahead of the car number 33, the Skull Bandit of Harry Gant.
Well, Harry Gant went wide down there, and check it out. It's the 26, actually, of Morgan Shepherd. 26 of Morgan Shepherd. Bill Elliott now racing in second spot. I don't know, the way this is shaping up now, I think we're going to see a young fellow from Dawsonville, Georgia, be in contention toward the end of this race.
Right now, it looks as though, as you mentioned, Bill, Bill Elliott running very strong. Dale Earnhardt was running very strong. And heading into the pit area now, Dave Marcus is, in fact, heading into the garage area.
Marcus goes behind the wall under the Quaker State sign, and let's hope that's not the end of the day, but it doesn't look good for Dave Marcus.
Ricky Rudd is hanging on to that lead as they go over the tunnel turn. Bill Elliott closing pretty fast, and now Elliott will try to come along the inside and take the lead away from Ricky Rudd, but Rudd is hanging on to it back there.
And as we look down in front of us here, we see thousands of heads and eyes turned in one direction, turn 3, where the race is really heating up once again. And Bill Elliott looks to the inside of Ricky Rudd. Is he going to make the move now? He's going to the inside. Well, he's got to break out right now, and there he does. They're side by side going down the front straight, headed for turn number 1. Put the glasses on them. We'll see who will be the leader in turn number 1 as they come out of that turn banked at 14 degrees.
And Tim Richmond has now moved up into that 4th position, and Rudd hangs on to the lead, followed by Elliott, and then Shepherd, and then Tim Richmond in the number 4 position.
Apparently, Shepherd is a lap down. And Richmond moving up inside there of Shepard.
Now into the third position.
Shepard, I'm sorry, was not a lap down. Shepard is on the lead lap. This will be a good win for Morgan Shepard till he's a popular driver in these parts.
So the 4 leaders are now starting to pull away from the rest of the field, and it seems as though those top 4 cars have been racing pretty much by themselves most of this afternoon when we have been under green.
Just 3 seconds separating the first 10 cars. How's that for action? These guys are running so hard and so strong. Okay. Look at that 3-car battle in front. Morgan Shepard back about 3 car lengths. Now we may see a change going down the long pond straight. There goes Elliott to the inside. They're side by side. Bill Elliott takes the lead. Tim Richmond wants to go along in the draft. And Richmond is in second place. Ricky Rudd finds himself third, going over the tunnel. Now, watch if that changes. I see the yellow and blue Wrangler Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt right behind. He's moving up past one of the other cars, and he's going to be in that battle pretty soon, too.
He's starting to move past Bobby Hillin Jr., and Earnhardt is now trying to move up one more position. Kyle Petty is the car in front of him, and here come the 4 leaders one more time as they head to the start-finish line. It's Bill Elliott taking the lead, lap number 83, followed by Tim Richmond, and then Ricky Rudd and Morgan Shepard.
Under the blanket, 1.1 seconds separating the first 4 cars. 1.1 seconds. That's about as close as you can get at over 150 miles an hour.
Elliott opening up now. He's moved up to about 3 car lengths in front of Tim Richmond, and those 2 are starting to pull away from the 3rd place car, number 15 of Ricky Rudd and Morgan Shepard.
All right, they settled down just a little bit, I believe, Sid Michaels. The wind is still blowing. It'll be interesting to see when we talk to somebody in Victory Lane, whoever that may be, what effect the wind has had on them.
Elliott, of course, a winner here a few years ago when he had that dream season, so to speak, his $1 million season, and he earned the nickname $1 Million Bill from Dawsonville, Awesome Bill from Dawsonville. 11 super speedway victories, and the car number 2 of Tim Richmond, winner twice last year at Pocono.
Dawsonville hasn't been the same for a long time, has it?
And neither is Bill Elliott or his family or his crew. Completed. Bill Elliott the leader, Tim Richmond, Ricky Rudd, and Morgan Shepard. Those 4 cars holding steady and setting the pace here at Pocono International Raceway in this Miller High Life 500. 84 laps down, 200 laps make up this 500-mile race. Dale Earnhardt has now moved up into the 4th position. Kyle Petty trailing him, then Jeff Bodine. Neil Bonnet comes next, then Benny Parsons, Bobby Hillin Jr., Cale Yarborough, Ken Schrader. And then the car number 55 of Phil Parsons as they come down. Benny Parsons moving ahead of Neil Bonnet, and Cale Yarborough moving up a position, getting by Bobby Hillin Jr. Coming into the pits, Neil Bonnet. Or Terry Labonte is coming into the pits, that is he the pole sitter today, and he led for much of today's race.
And is making that bad left turn into the garage area. We'll have to get a report on that as soon as we can. Let's see if MRN has something.
It is a short day for the pole sitter here at Pocono. Terry Labonte has coasted the Budweiser Chevrolet into the garage area. We'll have word from there in a moment when we return to Pocono International Raceway. This is MRN, the Motor Racing Network.
As soon as we get information on the Terry Labonte dropping out, we'll pass it on to you. At the end of 80 laps, the 200-mile mark, Ricky Rudd was the leader, Morgan Shepard second, third Bill Elliott, fourth Tim Richmond, fifth Harry Gant, sixth Kyle Petty, 7th Jeff Bodine, 8th Dale Earnhardt, 9th Cale Yarborough, and 10th Brett Bodine. Average speed 124.783 miles an hour. The yellow flags were out for car number 12 in turn 1, car number 80 in turn 2, that was Jimmy Horton. Car number 70, J.D. McDuffie, losing a tire in turn 1. And then car number 18, that's the car of Dale Jarrett spinning in turn number 1. We've had 11 lead changes among 8 different drivers.
Bill, of course, there's still a long way to go in this race, 114 laps, but at this point, it's Elliott and Richmond moving well ahead of the rest of the field, and those two are just making it a two-man race at this point, 86 laps in. Bill Elliott looking for victory number 2 on the season. He opened the way he won Daytona back in February. It looked as though it would be another season like he had 2 years ago, but he's still looking for that second victory.
All right, less than a second now separating Elliott and Richmond. This could set the pace for the rest of the afternoon if Richmond can prove he's got the muscle to get by Bill Elliott. And we're going to see if he can get how much closer he gets, and indeed if he can be getting closer as they move down the back straightaway now. They seem to be about 8-10 car lengths separating the two of them.
Both of those cars running very, very well here this afternoon.
Of course, it's Bill Elliott with the Ford and Tim Richmond with the Chevrolet. Dale Earnhardt back in the pack there is also working nicely.
Elliott, as he told me a little bit earlier, he's been very pleased with the way he has been running the last couple of races. Of course, that Winston Invitational and then the Winston 500 in which he sat on the pole, and then at the Coca-Cola 600, and then a second-place finish at Dover 2 weeks ago, and he's looking for the victory here today.
All right, just moving into third spot now, rather. We have the number 3 of Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt is in second position. Ricky Rudd dropping back to third. And Earnhardt we see in front of him as nobody between he and Bill Elliott and Tim Richmond. Well, Richmond was less than a second behind Elliott, and we're going to keep our eyes on that particular battle for a couple of laps to see really if Tim Richmond can reel in Bill Elliott. But Elliott seems to have the muscle up the North Straight and pulls away by 2 more car lengths. He's leading by about 4 or 5 car lengths in turn number 3.
And now Dale Earnhardt has moved ahead of Ricky Rudd into the number 3 position. And it looks like he will hold that number 3 position as they come down across the start-finish line.
And that's Ricky Rudd and Kyle Petty, Morgan Shepherd, Benny Parsons, Cale Yarborough, and Jeff Bodine.
And of course, Bill, just 11 laps now from the midway point. Those drivers will be out there racing for that lead. They all want to be in first place at the midway point, too.
Well, they're trying to see who's got what to offer now. Richmond just sort of seems to be content. And I think we're picking up a battle now with Earnhardt closing in. We have a yellow situation.
Retaining wall giving everybody plenty of room to get past, but Waltrip has spun. That's Michael Waltrip in turn 1.
So we'll have caution once again. They will race back to the line, but it doesn't look like anybody's going to head off Bill Elliott. In fact, Elliott will go to pit road, and seeing him do that, Tim Richmond also comes down the pit lane. In fact, it's almost like somebody put a left turn signal out there instead of the caution light. Everybody is coming in for attention as we're under the 5th caution of the day at lap 90. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
Bill Elliott will get right side tires, and I suspect, Mike, they'll come around and change left side tires as well. Here's Bill Parsons, Bobby Allison, Darrell Waltrip will be coming in and go rushing in. So everybody's taking advantage of this caution once again.
It is a needed caution for a lot of the teams that were going backwards instead of forwards to make some adjustments on quite a few of the cars. Dave Marcus took his car behind the pit wall in the garage in just a moment. He's bringing it back onto the speedway, so apparently he's going to go back out and run some more laps and pile up some Winston Cup points. Pit stops continue. Earnhardt gets a good stop, but he won't be the first off pit road this time. Normally that car is one of the first or second cars to get back onto the racetrack, but he's going to have to work his way back up toward the front this time. Let's go back to the pits and Ned Jarrett.
Major chassis adjustment on the Skoal Bandit car of Harry Gant, Barney. They just haven't been able to get that car to work right here today, so Travis Carter, the crew chief, went inside. They changed all 4 chassis adjustment, so he heads back down pit road. Others that didn't come in the last time around will come in the next time.
You know, we talk a lot about the drivers. They're the stars of this sport, of course, but the crew chiefs get an occasional shot at the limelight, like last Saturday night when a very special match race was put on between the crew chief for Terry Labonte and the crew chief for Dale Earnhardt. Jeff Hammond.
And in those pit stops taking place right now, Bill Elliott was in for 25 seconds, and Tim Richmond was in for 27 seconds. for changing all tires, four tires, and refueling the car. We see Darrell Waltrip in, along with Brett Bodine and Alan Kulwicki. There comes Jimmy Horton in.
And I noticed, Bill, just a few minutes ago, Harry Gant pulling out of the pits. He started in the number 6 position. He qualified yesterday at 154 and 154.3 miles an hour. Harry Gant, former winner here at Pocono, having some tough luck this season. 7 times he's raced, and 6 times he did not finish. And he's looking for that first victory of the season. And again, likes it up here at Pocono, but he just has had some bad luck on the other tracks, and he's hoping that he can get back on track, so to speak, here at Long Pond.
In fact, it was here at Pocono that Harry Gant won his first ever Busch pole position. Well, it's the car number 30 of Mike Waltrip bringing up this caution. Again, we want to thank the old friends of northeastern Pennsylvania for their support and their help in providing the pace cars, Oldsmobile, the pace car here at Pocono this year.
And I notice now with that pit stop, with that caution and all the pit stops that were made, the numbers start to change on the, in order behind the leaders, which is now Neil Bonnet.
And Cale Yarbrough, followed by Jeff Bodine, and guess who? Dale Earnhardt. Well, some of the cars coming in for additional services. Harold Kinder says 1 more to go. 1 to go. And we'll get them lined up into their spots. Bill Elliott going to the outside there. On the outside, indicating he is in the second grouping of cars.
5 caution flags today so far, but thankfully there has been nothing serious.
Well, I guess one of the most frightening incident is right now when Mike Waltrip's spinning and sitting right down there in the middle of turn 1, but giving everybody enough room to get by on either side, and just having to wait there until everything clears. And that car's in the pit area right now. I'm sure he's got some tires a bit flatted, and but didn't look like he made contact with anything, so he should be back out in very, very quick order. Field now moving down the Long Pond Straight. Oldsmobile pace car with the amber flashing lights extinguished. Now we'll pick them up. We'll turn you over to Motor Racing Network when they come around for Harold Kinder's green. They'll lead them around the first lap and describe the exciting action as they move through turns 1 and 2 with their announcers located on those positions. Well, Waltrip moving a bit slowly there. He's got to catch up to the field. He's got about a little more than 2 miles to go before he finds where the rest of them are. J.D. McDuffie still having trouble with the hood raised on the car. Pace car will be coming in. The pace car is now off the track, so it's up to Neil Bonnet. Neil Bonnet would enjoy a victory here, too, at Pocono. He's been in a bit of a dry spell. Watching them now as they come through. Turn 3. Moving very nicely. Getting in line. Let's watch them. Harold Kinder is looking over the field. And here they come. Ready to get on the throttle in turn number 3. And only at Pocono can they run this wide as they come down here taking the green flag. The race is underway once again. Neil Bonnet. Tim Richmond comes in at this time. Tough time for Tim Richmond to come in. Your 3rd place car, also Greg Sachs coming in.
We'll keep an eye on Richmond and see. They are refueling for Tim Richmond.
Well, 3 abreast down the
it appears
3. Go ahead, Sid.
The left side of the car, Tim Richmond.
Tim Richmond on that restart dropped his car off the racetrack and has made an unscheduled stop. They're changing left side tires and dumping in some fuel, so he will be able to continue. Bill Elliott, meanwhile, has grabbed the lead, and he's just heading for the tunnel turn.
Elliott is leading. Earnhardt has taken over 2 as they relegate the number 75 car with Neil Bonnet to the number 3 spot. When they went by uncautious, Richmond was trying to get his car in gear, so I suspect that's the problem with the Richmond car.
The Coors Ford of Bill Elliott once again leading the way. Dale Earnhardt runs in second. Third is Neil Bonnet. Fourth now, Ricky Rudd as they exit turn 3. Out of turn number 3, they come back to complete lap 94. But Elliott up at the front of the parade as they come past Harold Kinder's starter stand. He has a 4-car length lead on Earnhardt. Bonnet rides in third. Ricky Rudd is 4th. Schrader is 5th. Kyle Petty is in the 6th spot. Cale Yarborough is 7th. Morgan Shepherd is 8th. Bobby Allison 9th. Then Joe Ruttman. Let's check on pit road.
Well, they stopped and they can't get it in gear. They pushed it off of here. They pushed it off in 4th gear, I think it was, and they can't get his shift. Tim Richmond he had missed his shift earlier, about 2 stops back. Harry, what happened to the car?
Dick, one of the shifting rods is jammed on it, and we ain't got nothing but high gear left.
Are you going to be able to fix it?
Well, I don't think we can fix it unless we get a long caution.
All right, well, that's Harry Hyde with Tim Richmond, and he'd missed a shift about 2 stops back and on a restart, so they may have had a problem at that time.
Dick, what does that do to you if you only have high gear at a place like Pocono? I guess once you get back up to speed, you're all right, but if you have to do anything else, you're hurting?
Well, you run a pretty high gear here, and a pretty high gear in the rear end, and it makes it's awful hard to get started. As he went out of here in 4th gear, he just, you got to push him to even get him going, or you just wear the clutch out. Once you get up to speed, there's no problem at all, but on every restart or anytime you come into pits, you'll lose at least a half a lap or more.
Eli, he's up to speed because he is coming toward the front.
He's flying. Kenny Schrader goes high. Kyle Petty goes high. Tim Richmond stays glued to the inside of the racetrack here in turn number 1, one of the quickest cars on the track right now.
If that's Richmond on the bottom, and I guess it is, one of the Folgers cars, he is coming on like gangbusters. But it's still Elliott out front with Earnhardt riding 2, Bonnet is 3, Rudd is 4, and then Richmond is in the number 5 position on the racetrack.
While Richmond continues trying to close in on the front foursome, back in the 6th spot, right behind him is Kyle Petty. He's not doing very poorly himself. Kyle really pouring on the steam, coming down the short chute. He's got Cale Yarborough right behind him, and Morgan Shepherd in the 9th spot.
Ron, if we hadn't pointed out, Tim Richmond did lose a lap on that encounter in the pits. Greg Sachs also came in to have the hood up on his car. He came back down pit road the last time around, but went right on through. The car counted like it was only running on 6 or 7 cylinders.
A lot of races back through the pack.
All right, we see Tim Richmond racing actually behind Neil Bonnet, and that is a lap down. So Tim has a long way to go, and with that clutch problem and only having high gear, he's got a lot of work cut out for him this afternoon, Sid.
Again, they said Richmond is a lap down, and every time he comes into the pits when he has trouble getting out, he loses some time, he loses some distance, and it's going to be tough going right now for Tim Richmond unless there is a long caution period, as you heard Harry Hyde say just a few moments ago.
I see Greg Sachs pulling in the garage area and behind pit wall. We don't know. Well, the hood's up. He hasn't gone all the way back under the Quaker State sign, but anyway, he's over there and off the track. So we have Bill Elliott, and look at Dale Earnhardt catching up to him.
Once again, we see those 2 leaders running well ahead of the rest of the field as Elliott and Earnhardt come down. We'll check out the distance between those 2 and the 3rd place car. Almost a little over 2.5 seconds between number 2 and position number 3 here.
Alan Kulwicki making it 3 abreast on the front straightaway, getting by Phil Parsons. Now it's Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt, Ricky Rudd in that order. Ricky Rudd racing in 2nd spot, and the number 75 Neil Bonnet goes back into 4th spot. Neil has had some bad luck here in previous years, crashing a couple times and getting himself shook up a little bit.
Bonnet looking for victory number 1 of this season. His best so far has been a 3rd place finish. He's finished from 6th to 10th place 4 times this year.
And we're watching all afternoon the number 17 of Darrell Waltrip. Always moving along there, not hard to find once you look over the field of cars, but their leader continues to be Bill Elliott.
Elliott comes down, followed by Earnhardt, and then there's Tim Richmond, Ricky Rudd, Kyle Petty, Cale Yarborough, Neil Bonnet, Morgan Shepherd, and then the car number 22 of Bobby Allison.
Car number 43 being driven again by Joe Ruttman. Richard Petty was suffering from those two broken ribs. Steve Tucker of STP told us that he would start the race and that's all he would do. NASCAR, having changed the ruling, said, you remember, it used to be that the driver had to actually start the event, take the green flag, and then come in. And many times they did that at the first caution period. But all Richard did was start the car, bring it in the first pace lap, and then get out of the car and let Joe Ruttman get in.
Elliott seems to be opening up some distance now between himself and Dale Earnhardt, and again the number 3 car, the third position car coming around, that of course belonging to Ricky Rudd. Tim Richmond will be the third car you'll see come across the start-finish line, but Richmond again trying to make up that one lap that he is down because of the problems he had with his clutch. And there's Elliott coming across, followed by Earnhardt.
Less than a second separating those two. Less than a second separating the two of them. So shaping up to be quite an event as they're working now on the 250th mile of this race.
Next time around, we'll reach the halfway point of this Miller High Life 500.
Okay, Bill Elliott now across the tunnel. Earnhardt behind him, Ricky Rudd behind that. And then car number 21 is Kyle Petty. Kyle Petty racing in 4th spot. There's Bill Elliott and Dale Earnhardt. Then we have Cale Yarborough, 5th, 6th is Morgan Shepherd. Neil Bonnet back in 7th. Danny Parsons is up there in the top 10 too. We believe so is Morgan Shepherd and Phil Parsons. Harold Kinder giving them the halfway sign, and we are now the downhill side of this 500-mile event. Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt, Tim Richmond, not on the lead lap. Kyle Petty challenging Ricky Rudd for 3rd spot. Kyle Petty challenging Ricky Rudd for 3rd.
We saw Harold Kinderwehr to check out the car of Dale Jarrett and Brett Bodine that time around, looking them over, possibly something wrong with either one of their machines. So we'll see what Harold Kinder does next lap around.
Well, the race right now is for 3rd, another 4th, 5th, and 6th. But Tim Richmond is up there, and actually not just 5th and 6th, really, with Cale Yarborough and Neil Bonnet. Here's first of Bill Elliott, 2nd spot Dale Earnhardt, 3rd is not Tim Richmond, 3rd is the 15 of Ricky Rudd, 4th the 21 of Kyle Petty, and 5th the 29 of Cale Yarborough.
And Morgan Shepherd having a good run, riding back there in the 6th spot in the car number 26, and a black flag being displayed that time by starter Harold Kinder.
Well, Morgan Shepherd finished 5th in the Good Ranch 500. Morgan Shepherd having a good ride in that Quaker State Buick. He also won the pole, Morgan Shepherd did, with the Sovereign Bank 500. And we want to welcome Mr. Quentin Wood, Chairman of the Board and Chief Executive Officer of the Quaker State, to the event here. We know we're going to see him in August for the running of the Quaker State 500, the CART PPG IndyCar World Series event. Once again, it is the number 9 of Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt, and then the 25 of Tim Richmond. And we see that Kyle Petty really working and pacing himself with Ricky Rudd. Bobby Allison runs behind Morgan Shepherd. Bodine working, Jeff Bodine working with Phil Parsons and Sterling Marlin. Of course, we have Phil and Benny Parsons in the race, Lou, and Brett and Jeff Bodine.
Right, through the brother combinations, and both teams are still out there and running strong. And Alan Kowicki, you're back on pit road to hood up one more time in car number 7, having a rough day here in the Miller High Life 500. Morgan Shepherd continues his strong run up near the front of the field. And his overall record so far in the season, including all these Winston Cup races, we mentioned that Morgan has a fifth place finish, 3 finishes in the 6th through 10th spots, twice 11th through 33rd, and didn't finish 4 races so far. So Morgan Shepherd having a good year. And he's trying to continue to right here at Pocono in the Miller High Life 500. Morgan Shepherd, the driver of car number 26, the Quaker State Buick.
Well, Harry Gaines still back in the battle, but not running in the top contenders today. At least not at this point. Harry's having had a tough season of it also.
Crew's still working on Greg Sachs, number 50. Hood still remains up. Located on the road heading towards the garage area right before the Quaker State sign.
Seem like some of the fans down here watching the TV camera. This is being televised by SETN. And check your local listings for replay. In about 2 weeks, I believe, it'll be on. So check your TV listings for the replay of the Miller High Life 500 on SETN.
Your leaders just passed by, head to turn number 1.
We've seen some of the shots on monitor, Lou, and there are some extraordinary shots that they're taking here at SETN.
Yeah, the cameraman really getting all the action, not missing hardly anything here this afternoon, picking it all up.
Jim Wigglesworth and John Lewis in charge of the production and doing a fine job with that.
And right now, Cale Yarborough closing the gap on Ricky Rudd. With this trio working down the Long Pond Straight, Kyle Petty directly ahead of them. Kyle Petty, Ricky Rudd, and Cale Yarborough coming off the tunnel turn. And that's the battle for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions continuing. Morgan Shepherd, the next car in line, trying to gain into that trio. Here's your leader, Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt. Kyle Petty by himself right now in that 3rd spot, but Ricky Rudd and Cale Yarborough trying to change that, getting a little closer each lap around.
Alan Kulwicki was in the pit area with the hood up and now is back on the track again. We see Harold Kinder with black flag in hand for number 1. Car number 1 is Brett Bodine receiving the black flag. We don't know why. That watch for Brett Bodine to come in with the Bullseye Barbecue Chevrolet.
Brett Bodine, a busy driver this season on the NASCAR circuit, running the Grand Nationals plus the Winston Cup cars. Looks like a tough break. Here's Dale Jarrett, the number 18, being pushed back towards the garage area.
Well, that could be the end of the day for Dale Jarrett. And of course, Ned can breathe a sigh of relief now and continue his fine work with Motor Racing Network. Dale Jarrett, of course, is Ned's son. Ned Jarrett of the Motor Racing Network and former Winston Cup champion on his own right. Well, and here comes Bodine in.
Crew set to check over the car. The reason for the black flag, Brett Bodine back on pit road.
We don't know why he was called in. They're looking at it, they have the hood up, and apparently officials finding something that they don't think is the way it should be with that car. There's Bill Elliott. Tim Richmond pacing himself. He's got to wait for a break, though, to get where he wants to be. And, of course, the tough part about the whole thing is we have to remember that Tim Richmond is only 4th gear. He's lost his clutch, and
So Tim Richmond would love to get ahead of those 2 leaders and regain that lap on the field, get back on the same lap, because he is really running strong out there.
No, he sure would. And I'm sure had one time had thoughts running through his head of coming back and repeating for his third win. But we see Harry Gant in the pit area too, and they're not scurrying to put tires on that car, but they're going to top off the fuel tank nonetheless. Apparently, Harry in radio contact believing that the tires are okay, so he makes a very short stop and gets underway again.
108 laps down on the field.
Buddy Arrington going by. Buddy Arrington involved with an accident last year. Of course, members Pocono. We see now that Dale Earnhardt moving up a bit. And behind Ricky Rudd, we have Cale Yarborough. Then it's Morgan Shepherd. Then we believe Benny Parsons, Neil Bonnet, Jeff Bodine, and Phil Parsons in that order.
And those last 4 you just mentioned are right together drafting into turn number 1. Those 4 cars riding bumper to bumper for those positions, headed up by Joe Ruttman running the Richard Petty car. Neil Bonnet remains right behind Ruttman, Jeff Bodine next in line, and Parsons down the Long Pond Straight.
Car number 64, Rodney Combs, is going by the front straight. Rodney formerly coming in from the Charlotte Daytona Dash Series cars. Starting to run some Winston Cup events now, Rodney Combs. Here's your leader, Bill Elliott, being chased right now by Dale Earnhardt.
Here's Neil Bonnet trying to make a pass on Joe Ruttman. He goes down to the inside, tucks it back in one more time behind Ruttman. Those 4 continue to draft into turn number 1. Neil Bonnet working on Joe Ruttman.
And we see Dave Marcus back in the race again. He was back in the garage area, and they'd made some repairs to the car and came back out again. Dave Marcus from Skyland, North Carolina, originally from Wausau, Wisconsin.
Look at this, 6 cars drafting on a turn to number 3. Benny Parsons keeps ahead of his pack, but here's the action. Buddy Baker, Joe Ruttman, Jeff Bodine, Neil Bonnet, and Phil Parsons battling her 8th, 9th, and 10th through the pack.
Ready, 6? Want a break?
Once again, it's with pleasure that we welcome back into the announce booth here Assistant Sports Director of WBRE Wilkes-Barre, Sid Michaels. Sid.
Thank you, Bill. 111 laps down now. And Bill Elliott and Dale Earnhardt continue to run 1-2. And Lou, those 2 cars, boy, they just look so strong out there this afternoon.
They do, and they remain the same distance. We had a clock on them a little while ago. No separation between the top 2, same amount of time. And a tough breakdown. We look down the pit road. Brett Bodine heads back to the pit area in car number 1. The Bullseye Barbecue Chevrolet. Tough break for Brett Bodine.
One more time. Let's see if a little bit earlier we got a 1-lap speed on these cars. Let's try it one more time now. Once the leaders come around, we'll put the clock on them and check out how fast they are going here at Pocono International Raceway this afternoon. Great day for a race. In direct contrast to last year's last NASCAR
race. Several last races, right, for these type of cars.
Yes.
And a great crowd, a record crowd on hand attending this Miller High Life 500. Here's a battle out of turn number 3. Bill Elliott goes by. He's the leader, and there's Dale Earnhardt.
And Tim Richmond still trying to make up that 1 lap that he was down. after having problem with his clutch.
Ricky Rudd picks up some more distance, pulls a little bit away here from Cale Yarborough heading out of turn number 1 in that battle for the 4th spot.
Here they come around one more time now as they head toward the start-finish line. Lou?
Elliott brings him off of here at turn number 3. You mentioned Tim Richmond trying to regain that lap. That's what he needs. If he can get back ahead of your leader, here comes Richmond, and he does it down to the inside. Tim Richmond pulled alongside Elliott to get to the head of the field. Now, if the yellow came out now, Sid, this would really help him, right? And he could beat Elliott back to the start-finish line.
That's what he's going to need. 148.5 miles an hour, the average speed of that last lap for these cars going around here. And, of course, 200 laps make up this Miller High Life 500.
So the driver is turning consistent times a little early. We clocked them around 149.007 miles per hour. Now around 148, so pretty close speeds here during this Miller High Life 500. And look at Richmond. He's pulling away here, opening up some distance over Bill Elliott and Dale Earnhardt here in turn number 3.
As he tries to make up that one lap that he is down.
So the way Elliott's running and an amount of laps left, he may not need a yellow. He's really looking strong. Here's your leader pulling on the pit road, Bill Elliott.
Let's time his pit stop as he comes in.
Right side tires. Topping off the tank here, fuel stop. This will put Dale Earnhardt out front, Kyle Petty in second. A quick one, isn't it, Sid?
Well, let's check it out and see. It's just about 17 seconds as Bill Elliott heads down pit row and gets back out onto the track and joins his field here. 115 laps down. Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, Ricky Rudd, and Cale Yarborough still running consistently here this afternoon.
Your new leader riding all by himself, just set to enter turn number 3. Dale Earnhardt in command. Here comes Earnhardt down to the inside off the 3rd turn, set to make it down the front. Dale Earnhardt looking for win number 7 on the year.
And as we mentioned a few minutes ago, Cale Yarborough in position number 4. Yarborough has run 6 times this year, and he has not finished higher than 6. So Cale Yarborough again running strong and looking for possibly a victory here at Pocono International Raceway today. Right now, going over the tunnel turn right now, and a huge lead over the 2nd place car, Kyle Petty. As they come around, we'll check out just exactly how large that lead is for Dale Earnhardt on lap 117 here at Pocono. Here comes the 2nd place car, Kyle Petty. Earnhardt with almost a full 5-second lead over 2nd place on lap 117. Tim Richmond desperately trying to make up some ground, slowly but surely, as he tries to pick up that one lap that he is down. Dale Earnhardt, the leader, followed by Kyle Petty. And he has a good lead over the 3rd place car, Ricky Rudd. After Rudd is Cale Yarborough. Peter. completed. We go 200 laps in this Miller High Life 500, 500 miles of Winston Cup NASCAR racing.
Now your attention please. Will Peter Trudeau please call 443-8411 extension 323. Peter Trudeau, please call 443-8411 extension 323. Yellow flag out here on the field, yellow out.
He backs it into the outside retaining wall, and now the car comes to rest on the apron of the racetrack on the grass, trailing all sorts of fluids. Problems for Benny Parsons. We are under caution in turn 1.
That'll put us under caution for the 6th time this afternoon. They'll display it on lap 119. First on the pit road is going to Dale Earnhardt. And here comes Kyle Petty ducking his machine into the pit. Let's go to Dick Brooks.
Well, they'll come in just for a regular stop. He's got a bad windshield, too. It's awful, awful dirty. I don't know. They're getting a lot of bugs out there. Of course, they've all said they're running off in the dirt, too. Gary Yarborough's coming in with his hardest car. He's just regular routine stop. They're going to change 4 tires on all those cars. Joe Ruttman also in just now stopping in the STP car of Richard Petty's. I've seen Richard sitting back in a truck. He's awful cool just watching it happen. Kyle Petty changing left side. They've just changed right sides on his and changing left side. The regular routine stops.
Ned?
Bill Parsons, good run going for him here today in the Copenhagen Oldsmobile. He too will take on 4 tires. Thanks to Jimmy Calgasoline, getting some cool drink and a new set of goggles from Leo Jackson. And Dick was right. Boy, every time we've seen one of these cars come in after a little while, there's a lot of bugs on the windshield, so they have to really give him a good painting job. Bill Elliott came in. Of course, this caution will help him get up. Just took on left side tire. Now he's taking on right side not too long. So
let's take you back the way they're running just before this caution came out so you can follow where your favorite driver is in the field. Dale Earnhardt was posted as the race leader. Kyle Petty in the 2nd spot. Ricky Rudd was showing 3rd. 4th was Cale Yarborough. 5th, Bobby Allison. Morgan Shepherd was 6th. Benny Parsons was 7th. 8th was Buddy Baker. 9th, Joe Ruttman in the Petty car. 10th was Jeff Bodine. 11th would be Neil Bonnet. 12th was Phil Parsons just before the caution. 13th, Harry Gannon. 14th, the tail end of the lead lap after his unscheduled stop. That was Bill Elliott. 1 lap back, Tim Richmond in the 15th spot. Alan Kulwicki, 16th. 17th was Ken Schrader. 18th, Bobby Hillen. Darrell Waltrip was 19th. In 20th, Davey Allison. 21st, Trevor Boys. And 22nd, before going to the garage, was Brett Bodine. 2 laps back, Sterling Marlin and Mike Waltrip. 3 laps down, Jimmy Means, along with the dirt trackers, Jimmy Horton and Charlie Rudolph. And Rodney Combs, another dirt track ace. He's in the Langley car, was posted 4 laps back.
For an update on Benny Parsons bringing out the caution down in turn number 1 back to Eli Gold.
Barney, it's a case we've seen from other cars today. They just break loose during the way through turn number 1. This time, Benny's car broke around on him. He backed into the outside retaining wall and then came across the racetrack and comes to rest on the apron in the grassy area out of everybody's way. Benny has climbed from the automobile, but there is extensive damage to the rear, the left rear of the automobile, all stove in on car number 35.
So Benny Parsons will be out of it for the day here at Pocono. He's a former winner at this racetrack. Pit stops are continuing under this caution. Let's go back to pit road and Ned Jarrett.
Well, Harry Gant comes in now, tires that everybody else has. Going out is Jim Allen in the Roger Hamby car and Buddy Harrington. Here goes Trevor Boyd down there. And Mike Waltrip has the 4th gear and push him down pit road. So that gets him off to a real slow start. And I believe, according to my calculation, calculations that Tim Richmond did get back in the lead lap now, and he's caught up to the field. Of course, he's been back in the pits.
He did get his lead lap back just a moment ago, racing hard off into turn number 1, so don't scratch him off the list here this afternoon as a potential winner.
One thing they'll do with Tim Richmond's car, they'll bring it in. He'll catch up just as tight as he possibly can. They'll bring it in, service it, and then they're going to have to push it so he can get going again. And he'll get caught back up, and then on the restart, he'll fall behind, and he'll have to go again. That's an awful tough thing when you've got a gear out like that. The Alan Kowicki car, they brought it in, and it's been smoking just a little bit for the last few laps, and they lifted a hood on it, and they couldn't find where it's leaking, so they put the hood back down and let it go back. Jeff Bodine was in, made a stop, and sat in there for quite a while. I'm headed down in to see what was wrong with his car.
The Mike Waltrip team gets a cheer with help from Alan Kowicki's crew pushing that car down pit lane. It has only high gear as well, and getting him restarted. To recap the race, we've had 6 caution flags now. The first for Chuck Bowen, who spun at turn 1 on the 23rd lap. Jimmy Horton spinning at 2 on lap 60. J.D. McDuffie lost a wheel for the 3rd caution. Dale Jarrett spinning in turn 1 brought out the caution flag, and it was come out 2 times since then, again for spins down in the first corner. Out of the race, Brett Bodine. Dale Jarrett has been behind the wall. Greg Sachs, Terry Labonte, the pole sitter, with engine trouble. Derek Cope's car parked behind the wall. Pennsylvania driver Bobby Gerhart with ignition trouble. And the first car out of the race was Rusty Wallace, who lost an engine. We'll congratulate our Goodies Race for the Money winner for June, winning 2 tickets to an upcoming Winston Cup race and $300 in cash, round-trip airfare on Piedmont Airlines from Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Benny Parsons, who ran so well here yesterday and started second this afternoon. He averaged 155.4 miles an hour, and he broke Tim Richmond's mark yesterday. Of course, Richmond, the 3rd man out during qualifying, broke the track record for 1 lap. Parsons came out about 25 minutes later, broke Richmond's mark, and then 10 minutes later, of course, Terry Labonte came out, grabbed the pole, and set a new mark. But Parsons ran very well here yesterday, and he just got too loose out of turn 1 and hit the wall up there. If you could see the Quaker State sign down near the left, that was the vicinity where Benny Parsons lost it, and of course is now out of the race.
Richmond completes his pit stop in the meantime, and he's back underway, set to rejoin the field.
Benny Parsons, as we were just talking, a former winner of this here at Pocono, and in fact it was back in 1977 that Benny Parsons averaged 128.3 miles an hour in winning the NASCAR event here at Long Pond.
Field remains under yellow. Dale Earnhardt shown as the leader. Kyle Petty in the 2nd spot. Ricky Rudd holding down the 3rd position. Cale Yarborough in the 4th spot. And looks like Morgan Shepherd riding up there in 5th position in car number 26.
According to our calculations, it looks like 14 cars on the lead lap right now.
Dave Mark is back on pit road. Car 71, the Helen Ray Chevrolet.
Or there, rather 14 cars as that caution flag came out.
Check on pit road with Dick Brooks.
Welcome to Gary Nelson with Jeff Bodine's Levi Garrett Chevrolet. What happened? You was in the pits a long time.
Well, we held out because we have a problem with the shifter. Everybody pits under while they're really actually still under green, and we knew we wouldn't be able to get out of the pits. So we stayed in here, worked on the shifter. I think we got it fixed up now.
Same things happened to Harry Hyde's car with Tim Richmond. Is it anything that seems to be the same problem?
It looks like it might be contagious, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Okay, Barney.
You don't normally have that many shifter problems at a racetrack like Pocono, but they're having it here this afternoon. From the Pocono International Raceway, this is MRN, the Motor Racing Network.
This is the 12th race on the NASCAR Winston Cup schedule this season, this Miller High Life 500 here at Pocono. And again, Dale Earnhardt, the leader right now, Needless to say, his victories this season, his success this season has been well documented. He has won 6 times, and he also coming in first in that final 10-lap shootout at the Winston Invitational just about a month ago. Earnhardt winning for the first time this year, the Goodwrench 500, followed by victory in the very next race, the Miller High Life 400. And then, after Ricky Rudd came up a victory at the Motorcraft 500, Dale Earnhardt would go with 4 straight victories. Trans-South 500, the First Union 400, the Valleydale Meets 500, and the Sovereign Bank 500. And Earnhardt, of course, hasn't won since that Sovereign Bank 500. There was the Winston 500 won by Davey Allison. Kyle Petty winning the Coca-Cola 600. And 2 weeks ago at Dover, Delaware, Davey Allison coming up with his 2nd victory of this Winston Cup season.
And looking back to last year, we mentioned Tim Richmond trying to make it 3 in a row. He won the Miller High Life 500 and the Summer 500 here at Pocono last season. In the Miller High Life 500 last June, Tim Richmond was the winner, starting at 3rd position for the victory. Dale Earnhardt, the leader right now, finished 2nd that event after starting in 8th spot. Cale Yarborough finished 3rd. 4th was Ricky Rudd. 5th spot was Bill Elliott. Rusty Wallace finished 6th. 7th was Joe Ruttman. 8th spot went to Kyle Petty. 9th was Jeff Bodine. And 10th was Bobby Hillen Jr. That was the top 10 in the Miller High Life 500 last Junior at Pocono. Then he came back again, Tim Richmond, in July to capture the Summer 500, this time beating out Ricky Rudd, Jeff Bodine, Darrell Waltrip, and Bobby Allison in that one. So Tim Richmond would love to work his way back through the field again here and make it 3 straight at Pocono.
That was a feat that was done by, performed by Bobby Allison several years ago, winning 3 straight times here at Pocono International Raceway. That was Bobby Allison winning the 2 races here in 1982, and then the first race of 1983. And of course, Allison in 1983 winning the Winston Cup Driving Championship by just 47 points over Darrell Waltrip.
And we have the rundown here too now at the end of 120 laps or 300 miles of racing. Your leader at the end of 120 was the number 3 of Dale Earnhardt. 2nd was the 21 of Kyle Petty. 3rd, the They show the 28 of Davey Allison in the 3rd spot at the end of 120. We'll check on that. 4th to 15 of Ricky Rudd. 5th spot, 22 of Bobby Allison. 6th to 26 of Morgan Shepherd. 7th to 5 of Jeff Bodine. 8th to 88 of Buddy Baker. 9th to 43 of Joe Ruttman. And 10th to 75 of Neil Bonnet. The average speed, 129.218 miles per hour at the end of 120 laps of racing. 16 lead changes, 9 different leaders.
Following today's Miller 500 here at Pocono, the Winston Cup circuit goes to Riverside, California. Then following stops at Brooklyn and then at Daytona on July 4th for the Firecracker 400. They will be back here at Pocono on July 19th to run 500 miles one more time.
The most wins here, 3 for Bobby Allison. We were talking about the 1982 Miller 500, the 82 Summer 500, and the 83 Miller. And 3 for Tim Richmond, the 83 Summer 500, and the 2 last year, the 86 Miller and the 86 Summer. Our 2 drivers here with the most victories here at Pocono, and Tim Richmond is, speaking of him, back on pit road in car number 25.
And of course, if Tim Richmond is to win for the 3rd straight time and the 4th overall here at Pocono, his crew will have its work cut out for them, because right now the hood is up on that car, and as we heard a little bit earlier, he was having troubles with the clutch, and after running so very well here yesterday and for the early part of this race, it looks like Tim Richmond is, again, really going to have a lot of work is going to have to be done if he expects to win this race here this afternoon.
At the 120-lap mark, we mentioned 16 lead changes among 9 different leaders. The most lead changes for the 500 here happened back in 1979 in the Summer 500 with a 56, and the fewest lead changes 13 in the 1985 Miller 500.
.126 laps complete. We go 200 here in the Miller High Life 500, and we are still under yellow as the crews continue to work on the track, clean up the track where Benny Parsons hit the wall and came to rest along the apron of the track here as Tim Richmond, the hood is down, and Tim Richmond is on his way back out on the track, and he'll be trying to catch up to the rest of the field as I see the tow truck also coming down now around turn 1 and bringing in the damaged car of Benny Parsons.
The race record for that 500 miles, 138.975 miles per hour, set by Billy Elliott back here in 1985. As we watch Harold Kinder down below us, signals to the Oldsmobile pace car, one more lap. Green should be coming out next time. A few more quick pit stops. Sterling Marlin, Neil Bonnet, Darrell Waldrop, Davey Allison, Ken Schrader here, Bobby Allison, Jeff Bodine, Alan Kowicki, all on pit road.
Great crowd here at Pocono Raceway today, being treated to a great race, and it's great weather here this afternoon, Lou, isn't it?
The greatest improvement from a starting position here that won the race here in the Miller 500 race records. 12 spots by Cale Yarborough in 1984. He started 12th and came up the winner that season here at Pocono. And right now, Cale here, still in the hunt of things, running in the top 4, and car number 29.
Several cars, in fact, that started lower than that 12th position still in the running here today. Neil Bonnet, Buddy Baker, of course, Bobby Allison, several cars that are still very much Ricky Rudd, started from the 23rd position today. Davey Allison, Bobby Hillen Jr. also started well
Here's
back.
another shot of Benny Parsons' car. You can see him being taken back to the garage area. So the current up-to-date out of running at the end of 123 laps. Leader Dale Earnhardt, second at 21 of Kyle Petty, third to 15 of Ricky Rudd, fourth to 29 of Cale Yarborough, fifth to 26 of Morgan Shepherd, sixth to 25 of Tim Richmond, seventh to 43 of Joe Ruttman, eighth to 9 of Bill Elliott, ninth to 88 of Buddy Baker, and 10th to 55 of Phil Parsons.
As we go to green, lap 128.
Bill Hallman picks up another car, a road car.
Same scenario, do you go back and pick up another STP Pontiac before you head?
The battle for the lead continuing down the Long Pond Straight. Dale Earnhardt up on the outside, coming off of turn number 2, in control. Dale Earnhardt showing the way.
As they come down, Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, Bobby Hillen Jr., you see third, but he is one lap down. And then Ricky Rudd, who is holding down third position, Cale Yarborough. The car number 29, looking for the victory, is going into the pits right now. Cale Yarborough coming in for a pit stop. and they will change the tires first on the right side for Cale Yarborough.
14 cars still on the lead lap. We gave you the top 10. The other remaining cars on the lead lap include the 75 of Neil Bonnet, the 22 of Bobby Allison, the 33 of Harry Gant, and the 5 of Jeff Bodine. Those are the 14 cars still all on the lead lap. A lap down is the 90 of Ken Schrader, the 7 of Alan Kowicki, the 8 of Bobby Hillen, the 17 of Darrell Waltrip, the 28 of Davey Allison, and the 08 of Trevor Boyd, a lap down on the field.
Laps remaining.
And it's still Dale Earnhardt. Kyle Petty 1 and 2 on the Long Pond Straight. The first two trying to open up some more distance. Kyle Petty stays on your leader Earnhardt, working into turn number 2. Look at Morgan Shepherd down the inside. Morgan Shepherd moving in here, car number 26. Trying to work his way to the front. In that Quaker State 26, Morgan Shepherd on the move on the inside out of turn number 3. Side by side, right behind Joe Ruttman, Tim Richmond on the same lap. Earnhardt, Petty out of turn 3, remains the same in the top 2. Joe Ruttman moving in on Shepherd.
Won the Goodwrench 500. He won the Miller High Life 400. He's also won the Trans-South, First Union, Valleydale Meets, and Sovereign Bank. Can Dale Earnhardt win race number 7 here at Pocono today in the Miller High Life 500?
And right now, Bill, the way he's running, it looks strong. Looks like a good shot here to make it number 7. With Earnhardt just coming out of turn number 3, opening up some more distance over Kyle Petty.
Well, Kyle Petty would enjoy victory, too.
And Tim Richmond, Bill, just broke up to the top 4. Richmond back on the move, car 25.
Doing a tremendous job with that car, only being stuck in 4th gear.
And Harold Kinder just displayed the black flag for someone passing his start-finish line.
Harold's tough. Nothing gets by him.
And a close bumper-to-bumper draft for 5th spot between Morgan Shepherd and Joe Ruttman, running right together into turn number 2.
First 14 cars on the lead lap as of just a few laps ago. Bobby Gerhardt back in again to pit into the garage area. Cale Yarborough, 4th place driver, going by. Of course, Ricky Rudd is right up there too. It's look at Buddy Baker going, making it 3 wide on the front straightaway.
Bill Elliott now joins that race for the 5th spot. moving in right behind Ruttman and Shepard.
And here comes Alan Kulwicki in. An unscheduled pit stop for Kulwicki.
Bill Elliott closing the distance, drafting right on Joe Ruttman down the Long Pond Straight.
And up goes the hood on the Kulwicki car. Another good sign. Quick work, however. Get it back going once again.
3-car race for 5th continues off the North Straight. Entering turn number 3, Shepard, Ruttman, and Elliott right together.
Tim Richmond settling in behind. We've got a tremendous battle for 4th place. 5th place, rather. And here comes Kenny Schrader in. They've got right side rubber ready for Kenny Schrader's car. We'll give you a lap time on Dale Earnhardt.
The race for 3rd tightens up on the Long Pond Straight. Here comes Tim Richmond making a bid on Ricky Rudd. Richmond moving in real fast on Ricky Rudd for the 3rd spot off the tunnel turn. Let's watch Richmond this time heading down the North Straight. If Richmond makes the move, drafting right on Rudd. Heading for turn number 3, Rudd and Richmond right together for 3rd. Here's the battle, set to head down the front straightaway. Rudd, Richmond.
60.40, the lap on Dale Earnhardt, just a little bit slower than qualifying, actually. We did see the black flag given to someone, we don't know who. We don't know who that black flag was for. We'll see who comes in next time around. Lap 136.
And leader Dale Earnhardt coming up on a couple of slower cars directly ahead of him on the North Straight. Earnhardt moving through traffic into turn number 3. Kyle Petty still in the chase.
In 11 races so far this year, Dale Earnhardt has won a total of $664,580. And here comes Mr. Earnhardt again. It's Alan Kulwicki coming into the pit area.
Richmond now has the 3rd spot. He got past Ricky Rudd that last lap around.
That's 148.760 miles an hour. Earnhardt at 148.760 miles an hour. So they're setting a very strong pace as we're working the 4th of this race. It's 137 laps completed.
Leader Dale Earnhardt coming up on Ken Schrader on the North Straight. Earnhardt takes to the outside to put a lap on Schrader.
Here comes number 62 into the pit area. That's Chrisman. Steve Chrisman.
Kyle Petty remains about the same distance behind your leader Dale Earnhardt.
Tim Richmond showing very strong, got ahead. Now Ricky Rudd now. Tim Richmond races in the 3rd spot. And Joe Ruttman has gotten by Morgan Shepard.
Now Bill Elliott trying to move in and make a move on Shepard with Harry Gant now on pit road.
Okay, this should be a scheduled pit stop. Tires in place and changing right side rubber, topping off the fuel tank. Now they'll be having to make one more pit stop after this. One of Harry's tires going back into the Tide pit crew, pit area there for Darrell Waltrip.
Kyle Petty worked past Schrader to the last lap. Now he's directly behind your leader, Dale Earnhardt, one more time here on the front straightaway.
Well, about half a second separating the two of them. And Richmond and Rudd are right close behind, too.
Elliott gets past Morgan Shepard to pick up a spot.
And as his sights now set on Joe Ruttman.
Richmond now trying to work in a little closer to Kyle Petty. You see Richmond just about the center of the Long Pond Straight. Kyle Petty just exiting the Long Pond Straight, heading into turn number 2.
Well, we see the two Waltrips running real close together, and Darrell Waltrip just got passed by Mike. Darrell Waltrip having a bit of a problem with that car today, not running in the as a strong contender.
Leader Dale Earnhardt makes a lap 140 complete on the field in the Miller High Life 500 at Pocono. Look at Elliott. He tucked down to the inside on Ruttman. Let's see if he makes a move in turn 1.
I don't think he'll have time. He takes a look to the inside, but doesn't have time. He's going to settle back in there. And again, we have the courtesy flag being shown. Mike Waltrip really moving now. Sterling Marlin. He's running with Sterling and doing fine.
Mike Waltrip, he looked good during that second round time trials. He picked up some speeds, had a good time here in the race until that one spin by the caution earlier.
Okay, we're left. Harry Gain once again. Well, we've got some more pit stops to come up before we settle in for the run. And then there'd be one more round of pit stops coming up. Of course, drivers would hope to get a caution.
And Kyle Petty running a real consistent racer, Bill. He stays within striking distance of elite of Dale Earnhardt, but the same margin not letting him really pull way too far ahead.
Well, we now see, too, that Bill Elliott has gone by Joe Ruttman and picked up that spot. There's Davey Allison. Davey Allison, remember, again, working with a backup car after having wrecked his other car in practice. And then Davey only had about 5 minutes really in practice before he had to go out to take time to qualify the car.
Ken Richmond set to get past Ken Schrader on the outside on the North Straight. Richmond definitely running real quick here. You can see he's closing on Kyle Petty.
Well, these guys are going to race next in Riverside, California next weekend, and some of the fellows are already loaded with their cars here. We'll just load up everything and get on the road and get on the highway and head for California when they leave here this afternoon. Others may have to go back home and then to California.
And don't forget, Bill, they return right here to Pocono again on July the 19th for the Summer 500.
Same cars, same stars, same everything. Drivers will be here. And it'll be another whole race,
another
whole new event. We see Morgan Shepherd closing in on the STP Pontiac of Joe Ruttman. Watch Morgan Shepherd as they move down the Long Pond straightaway, headed for turn 2.
The leaders, in the meantime, working off the North Straight into turn number 3. Dale Earnhardt and Kyle Petty and Tim Richmond. Here's Earnhardt coming up behind Cale Yarborough.
Yarborough was showing in the same lap with the leaders, actually in 4th place. But that has changed a wee bit, and he'll soon be putting a lap down. So behind Bill Elliott, we have Ruttman and Shepherd in that order. That's Morgan Shepherd.
Buddy Baker showing on the same lap, starting to move in behind Shepherd and Ruttman out of turn number 1.
Ron Shepherd, modified driver from up in Vestal, New York, attempted to qualify for the event but was not able to do so. And also Ken Bouchard from Fitchburg, Massachusetts, trying to get in the event, wrecked his car in practice the other day and did not make the race. There's Jimmy Horton still in the action.
Jimmy Horton gaining a lot of valuable experience, a lot of track time. Just plans to stay out there and finish in the number 80.
Yesterday in a companion race for this Miller High Life weekend of speed, we had an ARCA Champion Sparkplug 100, and Noki Fenora got his first stock car ride in that race, and I talked to him afterwards, said he may change his whole outlook on his future career. He really loved it, he enjoyed it so much, and was tremendously grateful for the fine help given to him by Gary Bettenhausen. Gary will be back again in July, and again in August, Gary Bettenhausen will be back here when the PPG IndyCar Quaker State 500 event takes place.
And Noki, he had problems with the car early in the race, and it's lost a lot of valuable time and unable to really get into contention in the Welsh Farms Chariton in number 9. But like you mentioned, Bill, the next race, he plans to be ready and right up in the front.
Dave Marcus coming in, making a pit stop, probably on schedule.
There's Jimmy Horton making a move with J.D. McDuffie on the front of turn number 1.
Well, J.D. McDuffie brought out one of the cautions when he lost the tire and apparently made necessary repairs and back out. Buddy Arrington's still running. Buddy Arrington always a very strong, very steady competitor.
Here's the car moving slow, Bill, on the inside, coming out of turn number 3, right down near the grass.
No, you can't pick up the number because of the glare on it.
33, Harry Gant, the car moving slowly.
Now, we wonder if he may be out of fuel. We don't recall him have a stop. I don't think he should be out of fuel. No, he's going right by, and we'll make that left turn into the garage area. If we get information on the reason for the car being out, we will let you know.
And Harry Gant was on the lead lap back around 123, running around 12th and 13th spot.
Oh, I thought I saw a car coming out of the garage area, too. It looked like we had two guys passing each other in Gasoline Alley. We believe it to be Alan Kulwicki, who has stopped. There he comes again, and Alan Kulwicki gets back into the battle.
Alan was only one lap down previously, but this cost him a few more laps here back in the garage area in car number 7, Alan Kulwicki.
Well, looks like Harry Gant in the garage, and be the end of the day for that driver from Taylorsville, North Carolina. Well, Morgan Shepherd now getting by Joe Rotman. That should put Morgan Shepherd about 5th place, we believe. We believe Morgan Shepherd racing in 5th. We could be wrong on that. Neil Bonnet, number 75, had enjoyed Benny Parsons had an incident down there in turn 1. He says, I'm okay, the car is done. I don't have any idea what happened. I was going into the corner and bam, the back end came around. I really hit the wall. We were running pretty good. Brett Bodine, for you local fans, Brett, the driver from Chemung, New York, he said, it looks like we put a hole in the oil pan somehow. Either we ran over something or something got underneath the car. We're not sure. There's a lot of oil up under the car. How is it doing, Pete? And he said nothing spectacular. We were still running on the lead lap, and that's something. We're still getting used to the track. We had only about 10 laps of practice. I thought it might be slipping in my own oil. We have a yellow. We've got a yellow.
They extinguish themselves, now reappear, and then go out again. Morgan Shepherd will nurse car 26 around towards pit road if he can make it, but without the help of the banking, it'll be tough to get all the way around.
It'll put us under yellow for the 7th time this afternoon as caution is out here at the Pocono International Raceway for Morgan Shepherd's car, apparently expiring an engine, putting a lot of oil underneath the thing and some flames for a moment. A spectacular sight going off into turn number 1, but he's going to be all right. Let's go back to the garage and Dick Brooks.
Well, we got Harry Gant. Harry, this has got to be another disappointing day. I think somebody said this is like 5 in a row that you fell out on, and you guys are running pretty good.
Yeah, it blowed the motor again. You know, same thing has happened the last 3 or 4 weeks. It starts running hot and blows up. We just wasn't running real good. We was trying to hang on in the same lap and try to finish, you know, in the top 10 if we could.
It's got to make it for a long season when this happens like this.
It sure has been long this year. I tell you, you know, we just don't have any motors. Don't seem like to put in the car. Or now that we got the car kind of working, just got behind, you know, blowing up so many, and so it's just had this one for up here. And we didn't really think it was going to be any good, you know. It just never would run very good, but it's on what we had.
Well, you got a busted windshield also right straight in front of your eyes. Is that a problem?
Yeah, the asphalt's coming up down there in turn 1, and I think that might have been what Benny might have blown a tire or something, because I hit it so hard I thought I blew a tire and come in and change tires, but it wasn't, and it's about 4 inches deep, about 5 foot long and 2 foot wide.
All right, Barney. Well, he had a bad windshield also, but almost as bad as Kenny Schrader's, but they hadn't changed it yet.
We're seeing a lot of drivers take advantage of this caution flag to bring their cars onto pit road. Let's go to Ned.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt was the first one, Barney. Took on 4 tires. Phil Parsons just stepped out with 4 tires. Cale Yarborough coming in now, and I believe Dale Earnhardt was just about to lap him, Barney, or maybe had got by him, but Cale came by the start-finish line in front of Dale Earnhardt, so that should have put him back in the lead lap. He's in the Hardy's Oldsmobile now, getting right side tires. Neil Bonnet in a little further down pit road. Practically everybody has been in. Those that didn't come in the last time around will come in the next time. Cale Yarber's really going to have to race the pace car down pit road if he stays in the lead lap. He might have come in a lap too early.
Well, he's getting it done right now, and he's going to beat it, so he should be able to stay on the lead lap. As Cale is one of the toughest in this business, he'll hustle a race car, and can, as Junior Johnson said when he drove for him some years ago, he can do more with an ill-handling car or a bad situation than any driver that he had ever had, and he's proving it here today. This is the 7th caution, I believe, of the day here at Pocono. Morgan Shepherd blowing up down in turn number 1. Let's go back to Eli Gold for a minute.
He left a bit of a trail of fluid, which the track crew quickly took a look at and took care of, and Morgan did continue to coast on around the racetrack.
He was another car that was in a good chance to have a shot at the win here, was part of that battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th spot, also involving Bill Elliott and Joe Ruttman in the Richard Petty car. So that will leave us now 12 cars running on the lead lap here at Pocono with 50 laps to go. Next Sunday, Riverside, California, the Budweiser 400 on that unique 9-turn road.
Terry Labonte, when asking what happened to his car, he said it just seized up. It looks like a cut oil pump belt. He ran over something that must have cut it. Richmond and Earnhardt were going very good out there. He said we were going okay, but at this point, not as good as them. So that's some of the notes about the incident with Terry Labonte, Brett Bodine, Benny Parsons, and a lot of the guys just having a rough time today. Morgan Shepherd car being pushed in on the road course into the garage area, garage back. Of course, out of the action. That's the reason for the caution. Morgan Shepherd having a problem blowing an engine.
Daytona Beach. We'll be here at Pocono once again, July 19th for the Summer 500 on this unique Tri-Oval Super Speedway. And then
that's the track that a lot of the drivers like, the Tri-Oval here at Pocono. They like the action. They like the width of the track. You've seen them running 4 and 5 abreast coming down this front straightaway. And as we said, no place but at Pocono can you do that kind of thing. J.D. McDuffie in once again. There's Dale Earnhardt, Tim Richmond right behind. Tim having that gear problem. Bobby Walwack making a pit stop. They're getting lined up in a couple of laps. We'll be ready to go green once again. We are lap 150. 3/4 of the way through this event. So it's been an exciting day, and we've had a very competitive race again, typical of the type of racing action we have here at Pocono with this unique configuration of racetrack.
And with this yellow out right now, Bill, and the restart to make it even more interesting, Tim Richmond running strong, will be right there with Dale Earnhardt when we get underway, and Kyle Petty and Ricky Rudd.
Oh, there's Bobby Walwack going back out in the action. And here's Dave Marcus. Dave's been running all day and did make one visit to the garage area, came back out again, and apparently ready to go, doing fine. And everybody out of the pit area right now except the number 12. He's had a lot of trouble, been in and out all day long.
We took a lot of ribbon and all, but you know, the Haynes Underalls people just you know, look forward and how it's grown, and you know, the percentage of women coming to races, and they're tickled to death, and you know, hopefully we can sell them a lot of pantyhose.
you only have to endorse the product. You don't have to use them.
And no, we ain't got to do a Joe Namath spread or nothing yet. So.
Well, at least not yet. That's thoughts of Sterling Marlin, who drives the Piedmont Airlines Underalls car. We are just 50 laps to go here at Pocono International Raceway. Dale Earnhardt ahead of Tim Richmond, Kyle Petty, and Ricky Rudd. Joe Ruttman, the 5th place car. Bill Elliott is 6th, and Buddy Baker 7th, the way they come off the pit lane and waiting for the restart. From Pocono International Raceway, this is MRN.
Okay, we'll watch Harold Kinder now if he gives them the sign for 1 lap to go. If indeed he does, we'll be racing once again. Harold's looking them over very carefully, and no, I don't think he'll get it this time. We did have some liquid spilled on the track from Morgan Shepherd losing that engine down there, and that's a tough break for the driver from Conover, North Carolina, the same town as Ned Jarrett. Cale Yarborough coming in, also Dave Marcus coming in. I think they're going to have to make another stop. So You might see some of them coming in and topping off right before they figure that the flag will come out. Of course, they drive through that area down there where the incident was, and they can see how the cleanup operation is going.
And one of the safety vehicles just down on the inside of the raceway yet on the grass apron, just completing their job.
To go back out, apparently there's a report, maybe even some more liquid or oil that Morgan Shepherd's car put down the Quaker State Buick when it blew up a moment ago down in turn number 1. So there'll be at least a couple more laps of caution here.
It's going to be a bit of a walk for Morgan. He pulled in on the back straightaway where the pace car pulls off. He may get to walk through and talk to some of the fans in the infield on the way back to the garage area. Pit stop for Bobby Walwack in the Superior Piping Chevrolet, putting left side tires on that car before he goes back in, and he's having a pretty fair run here today, trying to eclipse his season best finish, which I think is about 25th position here. Happy to make the field and running along here with 49 laps to go.
Davey Allison has raised several eyebrows in 1987, coming on as a rookie in Winston Cup racing. He won the Winston 500 at Talladega several weeks ago and then went right up to Dover and dusted the field up there, and it was no fluke either win for the young kid. And the people are always kidding Bobby Allison instead of, you know, even the folks in the garage area and fans and everything else saying, "Aren't you Davey Allison's father?" And so I asked Bobby, I said, "Does that bother you?"
I think that's kind of neat. Earl Parker said for a long time that Davey's going to make me famous, and I'm willing.
I would think so. Maybe get them both.
A couple other young fellas, Barney, that are about to try to make their dad and their uncle famous, and that is Maurice Petty's two sons. They're about to embark on their short track racing career, and they are going to alternate drivers in that car down at Caraway Speedway. Of course, one of Maurice's son, Tim Petty, already works in the engine departments in one of the Winston Cup cars with the Stavola team, and the other two boys are going to drive and kind of see who turns out to be the better driver. After all, that's what happened with the Elliott clan. Ernie tried it, Dan got behind the wheel. Bill Zabella turned out to be the driver.
Well, one lap to go. We're ready to go the next time around, and Jimmy Means gets out of the pit area and back into the action. They got them lined up in their rows of two. They come around, they'll be completing lap 153.
Dale Earnhardt, Tim Richmond follow the pace car down the long pond straight into turn number 2. Kyle Petty in the third spot, Ricky Rudd in fourth.
Well, you're going to see that pace car pull off in the middle part of the North Straight and come to the road course, leaving the field up to themselves as they move up through turn 3, which is very flat and very long, the drivers tell us. Seems to never end. And with that, we'll turn the restart over to the Motor Racing Network.
All over again after winning 6 of the first 11 races on the Winston Cup Tour. They're heading up to Joe Moore up in turn 3 for that restart.
Pace cars left the track now. The field beginning to tighten up and get ready for the start here with Dale Earnhardt on the outside. On the inside, Trevor Boys. And then, of course, there's Tim Richmond right behind Earnhardt getting ready to go.
We'll watch Allison. He's been like a slingshot on these restarts. 47 laps to go as they come down, and it will be Earnhardt pulling the train down toward turn number 1. Richmond is right with him. Kyle Petty in the outside line. Allison does not get a big start. He's mired back there in 8th spot. There's still double file heading for turn 1.
But now Tim Richmond makes a move to the inside, but Earnhardt quickly takes away that lane. The way Richmond's been running, he's going to hustle the car into the corner. Coming off turn number 1. Some of the leaders get stacked up behind Schrader and some of the other slower cars, and one car spins its way down the back straightaway, heading up towards Gary Montgomery.
We have a car that has spun off the racetrack. I cannot identify it. It could be the Sterling Marlin car, but that's not for sure. The caution flag flies.
It's Buddy Baker's car. He is spun going through the turn down in front of Eli Gold in turn number 1. The yellow flag is right back out as they'll race back to the start-finish line, or will they as they come up through the tunnel turn? It's still single file racing. Earnhardt is right behind Richmond as he has grabbed the lead away, and they come back to the line. Let's see if Dale's going to try and take it away before they get back to the start-finish line. Legally, they can race, and Earnhardt dives down to the bottom of the racetrack. track. He may try to get it. He'll get out there, but he won't be able to do it. And Tim Richmond will grab the lead from Dale Earnhardt. Let's go back to turn 1.
It was Buddy Baker's car that came off the corner and all of a sudden just spun around. Buddy was about 20th, 25th back in line on the restart. The car just went sideways up the Long Pond straightaway heading towards turn number 2 and came to a stop on the infield grass.
On the restart, Trevor Boys was the first car in line on the inside, and apparently he got up into that high groove coming out of turn number 1. That's where the field all stacked up behind him, and Baker was unable to avoid contact and spun, bringing out the 8th caution of the event here. 46 laps to go. Tim Richmond goes up into the lead once again. He's one of 6 drivers unofficially, or 5 drivers who shared that lead spot. Terry Labonte, the pole sitter, had it for a while. He has since gone to the garage with oil pump failure. Earnhardt has led the race. Bill Elliott has been at the front of the parade. So too has Kyle Petty this afternoon. I believe Neil Bonnet also led a lap under the caution flag, staying out, stretching his gas mileage.
That situation going into turn number 1, Baker talked about that yesterday, that a lot of times we talked earlier today about Bobby Allison stacking them 4 and 5 wide and racing in the straightaway going off into the corner, and Buddy says you can do that until you get to the turn.
You know, the bad part, well, the good part and the bad part, you can run 5 wide for a certain amount of the front straightaway, but then when you start back in the number 1 corner, there's only one groove, and that's right down almost, well, it's on the apron. We use the apron part of the track to get around down there. And you talk about something narrowing up. When you're on the inside of the racetrack and you're 4 or 5 deep going down the front straightaway, somebody's got to give, and a lot of times that's where the accidents happen, and going into 1 down there, because all of a sudden what's 5 lanes wide becomes 1 lane wide, and it's just it's impossible to make it, you know, with more than 2 cars through that corner.
It's like running off into a small funnel, and that is exactly what it narrows up to down in turn number 1. We're under caution. Looks like we will be for a lap or so back at Pocono in a couple of minutes.
Buddy Baker, the car, to burn out the yellow here on pit road. Crew checking over the tires for flat spots. Tim Richmond, Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, Ricky Rudd, the top 4 off of turn 1 down the Long Pond Straight.
We did see Buddy Baker's car in there, looking at the right side of it. Now we'll see if Tim Richmond has the muscle to stay ahead of Dale Earnhardt on the restart. That's going to be an exciting dash for a couple of laps until they get sorted out.
And the last restart, Kyle Petty, he stayed glued in right on a bumper. Those 3 were right together drafting on the Long Pond Straight.
Well, we've got a good bit to go yet in this race, and as we look at the scoreboard with Richmond, Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, and Ricky Rudd, not to mention some of the hot shoes right behind them, the race is still pretty much anybody's race.
Right, Bill Elliott remains in contention. He's behind there. Joe Ruttman.
And of course, there's also the number 75 of Neil Bonnet not to be counted out.
Jeff Bodine in contention. All these drivers still remaining on the lead lap.
Okay, Harold Kinder looking them over, and we'll see if he this time around gives them the 1-lap sign. He may. Yes, indeed. 1 lap to go as Bobby Wawak leaves the pit area.
Buddy Baker now exiting the pit area too.
Signaling that Oldsmobile pace car. Slower cars in the middle, and topping off is Neil Bonnet. Well, I don't know if we're going to see a charge for the end or not. I don't. Imagine they're going to have to come in somewhere toward the latter 15, 20 laps of the event to have enough fuel to finish, so that's going to make it awful close. Unless there should be another caution come up sometime early, you know, between here. So we have to wait and see. A lot of strategy being planned at this point. Pace car now brings them down the Long Pond Straight. And they're forming into their rows of 2. With fast cars on the outside and the slower cars on the inside. Well, Buddy Baker, after that spin, back into the race.
And Buddy Baker was back on the lead lap of car 88. He made up the one he lost near the beginning of the Miller High Life 500.
Okay, now the pace car again will drop off up there. And when they get into turn 3, we will turn them over to Motor Racing Network for the start lap.
The racetrack. It's a long way, and you just, as you say, you just can't get there. We're at 156 laps, and they'll be turning them loose this time as the pace car is off the racetrack on the short chute, and the field is in turn 3.
There he is again, Tim Richmond up front of the field with Bobby Hillin Jr. on the outside. Of course, he's not on the lead lap. Behind Richmond is Dale Earnhardt. Third in line is Kyle Petty. They're about ready to turn them loose again.
Well, Richmond's physical ability has been great here this afternoon. He's shown no signs of tiring. He's been able to keep the car up there. He's been a lap down, but Earnhardt's going to start working on him, and it won't take long to do it. They put him under green, and they try to break free of traffic heading for turn 1.
Also trying to break free of traffic, Bill Elliott. He swings about 3 to 4 lanes wide, but finally has to tuck in just behind the Joe Ruttman car. Kyle Petty running well. He goes to the outside of Bobby Hillin, meanwhile, midway through turn number 1. But off the corner, it's Tim Richmond showing the way by 2 car lengths over Dale Earnhardt.
Richmond and Earnhardt are in line up against the wall. We have a car down low and challenging. That'll be the Xerox car. Alan Kawicki, he's down several laps, but he's nevertheless stays in the hunt.
Bill Elliott's down on the low side of the racetrack trying to make some advances there as they head for the tunnel turn. Also, Jeff Bodine goes down low. He gets around a slower car. As up front, Tim Richmond shows the way by 2 car lengths over Dale Earnhardt here on the short chute into turn number 3. It's reduced to about a car length lead by Richmond.
Ricky Rudd works his way up into contention past the lap car of Bobby Hillin, and off that long, flat turn number 3, they're back in the front straightaway once more. Richmond does not cut to the inside to try to break the draft. Earnhardt hangs with him, 3 car lengths back. Kyle Petty is there. Ricky Rudd, the 4th place car. Joe Ruttman running in 5th. Bill Elliott is 6th. Jeff Bodine is 7th, and Bobby Allison 8th into turn 1.
The lead cars kick up a little of the old speedy dry that's still on the course. Also now kicking up some dust in the turn as they throw those left side tires in the grass and dirt inside the racing surface. 1, 2, and 3. Richmond, then Earnhardt, then Kyle Petty.
This time it's Jeff Bodine that's jumped out of line. He's down on the bottom of the racetrack trying to advance his position. But as they come to the tunnel, it's Tim Richmond out front with a 2 car length advantage over Earnhardt. Close behind in 3 is Kyle Petty. Watching for 4 is Ricky Rudd.
Further back.
Well, we certainly noticed that Tim Richmond, apparently in good health, doing a fine job. He still has that problem, but looks like Earnhardt closes in just a little bit moving into turn 3. Dale Earnhardt gets just a little bit closer.
Then when Richmond hits the front, though, he opens it up one more time a little over Earnhardt.
And Kyle Petty's there, Ricky Rudd, Joe Ruttman, and Bill Elliott.
Bill Elliott's starting to move in on Ruttman. He looked down low there one moment, tucked it back in, trying to set him up for a pass.
Once again, Elliott looks to the outside and decides to set back where he is. He's not going to make a move this time around, but it's going to be an interesting race as we are approaching the 160 lap mark, which will give us then just a few laps to go, 100 miles of racing to the end.
This time we'll see if Elliott makes a move on Ruttman heading into turn number 3, and Bodine makes a move in the next pack of cars down to the inside to pick up a spot. Jeff Bodine.
He's getting right on his bumper there too. Here's Bill Elliott trying to make a move. Now we've got 100 miles to go on this event. And for the last 100 miles, we're going to get Sid Michaels from WPRE, Wilkes-Barre, back in the microphone. Sid?
And Bill Dimmick will be headed down to Victory Lane in anticipation of the finish of this 500-mile race as we see the black flag come out.
Earnhardt continues to chase your leader, Tim Richmond. They stay close here on the north straight. Here comes Earnhardt moving in on Richmond closer into turn number 3. This is where Earnhardt gains ground on your leader right at this spot. Let's watch him when he races back to the start-finish line. Here comes Richmond and Earnhardt, passing starter Harold Kinder. Petty remains third. Ricky Rudd, Bill Elliott, Joe Ruttman, Jeff Bodine, Bobby Allison next in line.
As Alan Kulwicki heads into the garage area, he's been in and out of there for part of this afternoon, and that could be the end for Alan Kulwicki with just 39 laps remaining to this 500-mile event as the leaders come around one more time.
Alan has had a rough day back in that garage area in pit road all day long.
He's been trying to get out here, and he's been running, but he's been in and out, and it looks like it could be over for Alan Kulwicki as they come down the front straightaway. Lap 162. Tim Richmond, the leader, Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, and Ricky Rudd, the top four.
Off the Long Pond Street into turn number 2. Earnhardt stays on your leader, Tim Richmond.
And that battle for fourth place, Bill Elliott starting to close the gap between himself and Ricky Rudd as they just go over the tunnel turn.
So two good battles right here in the top 5 cars coming right at you off of turn number 3. Let's watch them. Here's the one for first. Tim Richmond, Dale Earnhardt coming by the start-finish line.
And now the one for third place, Ricky Rudd hangs on over Bill Elliott. Both of those battles going on. And then Bobby Allison and Jeff Bodine also battling for position.
Off of turn 1, Elliott down low on the inside of Rudd for that 4th spot. And Bill Elliott takes over 4th, heading down the Long Pond Straight. Another position for Bill Elliott.
And behind them comes Joe Ruttman in that number 43 car of Richard Petty. And then we have Bobby Allison and Jeff Bodine battling. Sterling Marlin is next, followed by Cale Yarborough. Then Bobby Hillen Jr. and Phil Parsons. We have Neil Bonnet.
And here's your leader, Tim Richmond, still holding off Dale Earnhardt. That last lap, Earnhardt unable to close in here off of turn number 3. Neil Bonnet on the move, trying to close in on Phil Parsons.
And we were almost running single file now, other than that Bonnet-Hillen battle right there. It looks like, appears as though the cars are running. Down the back, once again over the tunnel turn they go. It's still Richmond holding about 5 car length lead over Dale Earnhardt, but another 10 car lengths back is Kyle Petty. 12 more car lengths back comes Bill Elliott, and then Ricky Rudd.
Elliott breaking away from Rudd, trying to close in number 3 man Kyle Petty, working off of turn number 3.
Tim Richmond overcoming those clutch problems that he had a little bit earlier. Harry Hyde said they needed a long caution period to try to repair the problem. They got their caution period. Richmond running very well right now, trying to pick up his 3rd straight victory and 4th overall here at Pocono. That would put him in the record books. A 4th victory here at Long Pond.
As Richmond and Bobby Allison currently both tied with 3 wins apiece here at Pocono. As I just mentioned, this would change it, put him number 1 man in victories here at Pocono.
When they come around to the start-finish line, there will be 34 laps remaining to this 200-lap, 500-mile Miller High Life 500.
And off at turn number 3, here they come the leaders.
The four leaders, once again, they've been holding steady. Tim Richmond, Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, and Bill Elliott.
At the end of 400 miles, 160 laps, this is how the top 10 was shown. Tim Richmond, the leader, car 25. Dale Earnhardt in second, car number 3. Kyle Petty in the third spot, car 21. Fourth to 15 of Ricky Rudd. Fifth to 43 of Joe Ruttman. Sixth to 9 of Bill Elliott. Seventh to 5 of Jeff Bodine. Eighth spot to 22 of Bobby Allison. Ninth to 29 of Cale Yarborough. And 10th to 55 of Phil Parsons. That was the top 10 at the end of 160 laps. The average speed was 122.626 miles per hour. 19 lead changes, 10 different leaders. In the Miller High Life 500 here at Pocono.
And now a big margin is opened up between that fourth and fifth place. Bill Elliott, who was battling with Ricky Rudd for fourth just a few moments ago. Elliott passed Rudd, and now a big gap is opened up there. Still, it's Richmond and Earnhardt battling. Richmond in the lead, Earnhardt, followed by Kyle Petty. And then Bill Elliott. Of course, Richmond, this is just his first race on the schedule this year. He did, again, as we mentioned earlier, race that Winston Invitational. And this is his first race back. The second place driver, Dale Earnhardt, you know what he's done this year. Kyle Petty has been a winner this year, and so has Bill Elliott.
And it looks like off the third turn, Richmond and Earnhardt are pulling away slightly here over Kyle Petty. The margin between first and second still close. And we'll give it at the next time around, the distance between the top two runners. A lot of action all through the field. Here's another pack of cars on the front going at it. Phil Parsons, Davey Allison, Schrader, and Hillen. Our two dirt track competitors still out there in the race. Jimmy Horton in car number 80, Charlie Rudolph in the 04. Here come your leaders.
We'll get the distance now between second and third place.
But the battle for the lead did tighten up.
2 seconds between that second and third place. Of course, Earnhardt moving ever so closer to leader Tim Richmond, and then 2 seconds separate second place Dale Earnhardt from the number 3 driver in car number 21, Kyle Petty.
Don't forget, these drivers have to make one more pit stop, so this could be the critical point of the race. See what happens.
And we estimate somewhere within the next 10 to 15 laps, 10 to 16 laps, these drivers should be coming in.
Now, off of turn 3, the race for the lead and a race for the third spot. Both drafting bumper to bumper coming down the front. Both positions are up for grabs and a tight battle. Richmond and Earnhardt, Petty and Elliott.
Looks as though the top two leaders, Richmond in the first spot, Earnhardt number 2, pulling away just a little bit more from that battle for third place between Kyle Petty and Bill Elliott. Almost 2.5 seconds now separating second and third place.
Ricky Rudd hangs on the 5th spot, and we see Joe Ruttman driving the Richard Petty STP number 43, trying to close in on Rudd coming off the North Straight.
Ricky Rudd, Joe Ruttman and Bobby Allison coming down. Jeff Bodine and Cale Yarborough. Sterling Marlin and Neil Bonnet coming in front of us. And then Davey Allison, a two-time winner so far this year. Bobby Hillin Jr., Buddy Baker, Phil Parsons, Darrell Waltrip, and Ken Schrader. And then Michael Waltrip, we have a yellow flag.
Turn number 1 on the inside of the Raceway. We see a car down on the inside.
Ruttman. Looks like Joe Ruttman. And that looks like Joe Ruttman in that car number 43. And the ambulance is heading out there now. It appears that Ruttman came into contact with the wall down there in turn 1.
Here's a rash of pit stops. Tim Richmond on pit road. Dale Earnhardt. Who's going to get out of the pits first? Let's watch
Pocono,
it.
we're under caution for the 9th time today. A grinding crash in turn 1.
And let's establish that Joe Ruttman is okay, but the STP Pontiac has been shortened up from right behind the driver's compartment. Well, there really is no more rear of that automobile. Joe Ruttman's car, as he came towards turn number 1, broke sideways. We'll have to wait to find the exact reason why, and it just...
Race off the pits here. Richmond and Earnhardt. Watch them.
And took a savage hit.
Who's going to get out first? Oh, Richmond.
The car, but it was a heck of a hit on the STP Pontiac.
It's hard to believe. This is the 9th caution flag of the day, and 8 of those have happened down in turn 1 for one reason or another. Spins, crashes, blown engines, whatever. We were looking down toward the corner when that happened. Ruttman went off in the turn. It looked like a little puff of smoke came out from under the car, so apparently something could have broken. Perhaps we can get a word with Ruttman after they get him back to the garage area. But he really destroyed the STP Pontiac, and it is such a shame after the great run he had given it here this afternoon.
Barney, he's just climbed from the car. He waved to the crowd in the infield out here in turn number 1. So as far as any physical problem for Joe, there doesn't seem to be any.
The race off pit road was won by Tim Richmond. Dale Earnhardt comes out of the pit 2nd, and Bill Elliott 3rd. With 28 laps to go, we'll get set for a shootout here to decide the Miller 500. From Pocono International Raceway, this is MRN, the Motor Racing Network.
And now we find out whether or not that this pit stop will indeed be the last, and if Richmond and Earnhardt and Kyle Petty and Bill Elliott can continue on and make it without another pit stop.
And that battle right here we just saw on pit road between the crews of Tim Richmond and Dale Earnhardt, that might be the deciding factor in his last 28 laps or 26 laps of this event. You saw him real close there. Earnhardt practically caught the wall going out.
And now Elliott now in 3rd position. So it's we talked earlier, the 2 cars that seem to be running the best today, Earnhardt and Elliott, they are running 2nd and 3rd. And of course, Richmond's car, he had trouble with it earlier, but now he's in the lead. And with 25 laps to go, the next time they cross the start-finish line, we'll see what's going to happen.
And this seems to be Richmond's track. I mentioned 2 straight victories, trying to make it 3 in a row here.
And what a story this would be.
What a comeback, right? Being sick with double pneumonia, coming back from his first full Winston Cup event, and comes back as a winner.
There was talk earlier that Tim Richmond may not even run this year, and here he is back. And as Lou just mentioned, his very first full Winston Cup race back, Tim Richmond is on the lead and in position to win for the 3rd straight time here at Pocono.
In addition to this, overcoming those early mechanical problems that Harry Hyde was talking about with us earlier.
Cars that are out of the event and won't be around at the finish.
Some pretty good racing going on pit road on the last round of stops. Let's go to Dick Brooks for an update there.
Well, Dale Earnhardt probably had the thing beat at one time, and they dropped Tim Richmond's car. And as Dale started down pit row, Bobby Allison, well, there was a whole slew of cars coming in, but Bobby Allison's turning into his pit, and Dale had to slow up for him, and he didn't have no place to go. So that cost him the race on pit row anyway. But it sure was a mess going down through. Everybody had normal stops. They put on, it kind of, answered the question, can they make it all the way? Then they certainly can now. So everybody's full of gas, and they put on the tires that they want to finish the race with. So we're going to see a good race from here to the end.
Well, it's stacked them all up right now. Everybody that is on the lead lap will be allowed to come right to the front of the pack, nose to tail, and there'll be less than, about 25 laps should be coming up on the board remaining in this race when they cross the start-finish line this time, with Richmond at the front of the pack, then Earnhardt, then Bill Elliott, then Kyle Petty, then Ricky Rudd, Bobby Allison, Cale Yarborough, and Jeff Bodine. So it's going to be something come scramble.
Add to that list Neil Bonnet. He's also on the lead lap. So too is Buddy Baker. I think you mentioned Cale Yarborough's car. And Phil Parsons had been on the lead lap. He's not currently shown there at the moment. We'll have to double check that because he's had a good run for the Jackson Brothers team today.
Eli, those cleanup fellas have really should be getting double overtime here this afternoon, the way they've had to work in turn 1 with 8 of the 9 cautions happening up there.
It's remarkable, and right now, with the impact that Joe Ruttman had against the outside retaining wall, it reminds you, take a look at the retaining wall here, it's boilerplate metal, and it is bowed out where the car hit. I mean, it took a heck of a hit, and they're out here now with the push rooms, with the speedy drive. First, they had to pick up the debris, and that's been very much the story for these fellas today, and they are really working overtime, and they're doing a good job of it. There have been some lengthy cautions, but the little pieces, little splinters of debris and so on take a while to clean up.
And now I understand that the TRW mechanic of the race with a $1,000 reward, Leonard Wood of the car number 21 of Kyle Petty, the Citgo Ford. He is the TRW mechanic of the race, and he has been awarded $1,000 for that award. Again, Leonard Wood of the car number 21 of Kyle Petty, the Citgo Ford.
And at Pocono, when you get a car gets away from you, whatever the reason, whether you blow an engine or you get down too low on the track or it spins out or what, we're sitting here talking just a moment ago. It seems the way that turn makes its bend back, as Mike pointed out, it's a lot more than a 90-degree turn. It's at least a 130 or 40-degree turn, which is very, very sharp in such a short distance there. And if the car breaks loose, every bit of the momentum is really pulling you toward that outside wall. And as Eli Gold documented a moment ago, it seems like when the cars spin, get loose, sideways, whatever, they actually pick up speed, and just it's like a magnet drawing them in the outside wall. Now, the walls here are much like Dover, Delaware. There's none of them soft, but this place has boilerplate steel bolted to an outside concrete, just like Dover. And when you hit it, as Buddy Baker said, if your fillings and your teeth aren't locked in pretty good, you'll be seeing your dentist because they're coming out.
Well, and two, as you get down into turn number 1, as you hit the first apex of that corner, get down low, you're just straight on facing the wall, and you really have to crank the car around left a lot more than you might think, or you're just facing that wall and get right up there into it in a hurry. And Eli has certainly witnessed a few down there, not only in stock cars, but Indy cars as well, and that has been the action spot today. 8 of the 9 incidents at the Speedway today have been down in turn number 1. Jimmy Horton's spin at turn 2, the second caution of the day, has been the lone exception. It's been a long day for several teams on pit road. J.D. McDuffie's coming in yet again. They had the hood up for a while, but then got the rumpled furniture Pontiac back underway. And here comes the push crew. Mike Waltrip shoves, his team shoves him off once again. This time, apparently, they found a lower gear that'll work in that car. They didn't have to push it the length of pit road. And Buddy Arrington's team just about heads for the paddock every time they see that 67 car come down the lane, because he's been on and off pit road a good number of times here today. We'll update you on the lineup under caution here at lap 175, 25 to go. The 11 cars that are on the lead lap. Tim Richmond in the Folgers Coffee Chevrolet up front. The Wrangler Chevy of Dale Earnhardt is second. The Coors Ford for Bill Elliott third. The Citgo Ford, that's Kyle Petty, he is fourth. And the Motorcraft Ford of Ricky Rudd is fifth. The Miller Buick for Bobby Allison is the sixth place car. Cale Yarborough's Hardee's Olds is seventh. The Levi Garrett Chevrolet for Jeff Bodine is eighth. Then the Valvoline Pontiac of Neil Bonnet is ninth. The Copenhagen Oldsmobile for Phil Parsons is the 10th place car. And the Crisco Olds for Buddy Baker is 11th. Those cars are on the lead lap.
It's going to be some shootout here at Pocono. It always is at this particular racetrack. It might come down to just raw driver ability before it's all over this afternoon. And Dale Earnhardt says that at this racetrack, a driver really can make a big difference.
I think so. I think a driver has to do a lot up here to adapt from one end of the racetrack.
Here you see the 43 driven by Joe Ruttman being brought down pit road. A trademark of Winston Cup cars is the manufacturer decals located on the front fenders. And those decals signify the companies that support your Winston Cup teams through prize money, quality products, and technical assistance. And in addition to R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company through its Winston brand, we would like to recognize a few of our sponsors here today for their support of our favorite sport. Monroe Shock Absorbers with their new Formula GP line of gas pressure shocks. Holley Carburetors, the fuel system of choice for every Winston Cup team. Moog Chassis Parts, the supplier of the same quality front-end parts used in Winston Cup cars as on your car. Speed Pro Piston Rings and their wide line of performance products. Wiseco Pistons, the quality supplier of pistons for all forms of racing. Peak Antifreeze and summer coolant, without which none of these teams would last 500 miles. and Stanton radiator caps to keep the cooling system where it belongs. These companies are very important to the Winston Cup teams, and we hope you remember them when shopping for automotive products.
Yeah. 176 laps are completed. The pace car still guiding the Winston Cup vehicles around the track here at Long Pond, waiting for that green to come back out, and we will have our final shootout for the winner of this Miller 500.
And a reminder, too, the Gatorade, the official thirst quencher of NASCAR, for the third year is sponsoring the Gatorade Circle of Champions. The $300,000 Gatorade Circle of Champions program is a part of all facets of NASCAR racing. Their program is again involved in 7 racing divisions of NASCAR and the weekly racing series at NASCAR tracks located in 27 states. Special Gatorade nights will also be held at 30 weekly NASCAR sanctioned tracks throughout the United States during the year. And the winner of the Miller High Life 500 right here at Pocono will receive $2,500 from Gatorade and a plaque signifying him as an associate member of the exclusive Gatorade Circle of Champions. The 1987 Winston Cup champion will also receive $20,000 from Gatorade at the awards banquet held in New York at the end of the racing season.
One more lap to go, and we will be going back to green as Harold Kinder signals just one more time around under yellow. And we will set to go back to full speed, and the final, it'll be 22 laps, lap 178 the next time around when we go to green. Who will win this year's Miller High Life 500? Tim Richmond is the leader right now. Dale Earnhardt in second place, followed by Bill Elliott and Kyle Petty. And again, the pace car will pull off on the road course, and then we will join the Motor Racing Network to pick up the first lap back under green in this Miller 500.
Scoreboard shows your leader, Tim Richmond. Dale Earnhardt riding in second, Bill Elliott in the third spot, Kyle Petty in fourth position. They'll get green on lap 178 here in the Miller High Life 500 at Pocono. The light is off the pace car, heading off at turn number 2. It should pull off here onto the road course, just about center of the North Straight.
Unless somebody has really come up on the right combination on that last pit stop and can break away, it should be a scramble right down to the wire as they're heading up to Joe Moore to get ready to go green.
Barney, another guy who's had quite a workout today is the pace car driver. He has probably burned out a tank of gasoline in trying to pace this field throughout the many cautions we've had this afternoon. Kind of unusual here at Pocono. The pace car pulls in and picks out the field here on the short chute between turns 2 and 3, not over in turn 1 as it is on most of the ovals we run on.
Tim Richmond pulls the trigger, and he's headed down the front straightaway. Green flag. Earnhardt lacks about 2 car lengths of catching them as they go back to green. Elliott is third. Kyle Petty is fourth. Ricky Rudd is fifth. The pack strings out just a bit back to Bobby Allison in sixth spot as they go to turn 1.
And it looks as though they're still on the pace lap because nobody flares out 2, 3, 4 wide. They're just holding their formation into turn number 1. Richmond finally breaks clear, but he cannot lose Earnhardt, who's right there on his tail. It's 3 car lanes back to Bill Elliott and Kyle Petty. Then another couple of car lanes back to Ricky Rudd.
Their freight train style down the back straight. Everybody up hugging the wall with the exception of Darrell Waltrip, who, interestingly enough, has shifted to the inside trying to pick up some spots. But as they cross over the tunnel, it'll be a 1 car length advantage for Richmond over Earnhardt. Elliott watches from 3.
Everybody has a fresh tank of gasoline. Some have fresh tires, so those problems are behind them. Now it's the shootout, flat out to the finish of this event as Tim Richmond tries to hold off Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt goes low, almost gets a bit loose, gathers it back in, loses about a car length to Richmond.
Boy, you couldn't have stuck a sheet of paper between those two cars as Earnhardt tried to get underneath Richmond coming through turn number 3. That's the critical part of this racetrack. They hit the start-finish line. Richmond goes way out in the middle of the straightaway to break the draft on Earnhardt. It pays off. He gets another car length advantage away from Earnhardt in turn 1.
And this is really the first time we have seen Richmond do that in a concerted effort. Further back, Jeff Bodine tries to make a move in and around Neil Bonnet and has no trouble disposing of Bonnet, but gets caught in 2x2 behind Darrell Waltrip and Sterling Marlin. The leaders are on the Long Pond straightaway.
Richmond and Earnhardt have stretched out a little bit of an advantage over Elliott, about 3 car lengths, if you call that an advantage, as they come freight training down. But this time, we've got Jeff Bodine jumping to the bottom of the racetrack as he picks up a spot moving by the 44 car of Sterling Marlin.
Richmond tries to hold off Dale Earnhardt, while at the same time, Bill Elliott tries to hold off Kyle Petty. Again, they're 2x2 here on the short chute, entering turn number 3. 2 car lengths separating the leader, Tim Richmond, from Dale Earnhardt.
And picking up the leaders here, coming off of turn number 3, it remains the same. Watch Tim Richmond on the front. Dale Earnhardt right behind. Richmond shoots down low here in the center of the raceway, trying to break the draft.
20 laps to go, 180 laps completed to this Miller 500, and the way things are going, it brings back memories of the last time these drivers were here. It was shortened to 150 laps because of the weather and because of darkness falling, but Tim Richmond beat Ricky Rudd by just 0.05 of a second last time they were here. And, of course, the last year's Miller High Life 500, it was Tim Richmond beating Dale Earnhardt. Richmond coming in first and Earnhardt coming in second. They're running 1-2 in that same order right now. Richmond holding on to his lead over Earnhardt, then Elliott, then Kyle Petty, followed by Ricky Rudd, and then Bobby Allison.
First 6 cars remain tight off at turn number 3, working back to the start-finish line. Watch Richmond shoot down to the inside again. They're on the front. He takes the lower groove, back and forth, back up the high side, heading into turn number 1. Tim Richmond back and forth, weaving down the front straightaway.
Still anybody's race. Again, Earnhardt chasing Richmond for the lead. Bill Elliott is third, followed by Kyle Petty, then Ricky Rudd and Bobby Allison. Then a huge margin separates the next place, which is Davey Allison, Cale Yarborough, Bobby Hillen Jr., Jeff Bodine, Neil Bonnet. And then comes Darrell Waltrip and Phil Parsons.
Cale Yarborough picked up a spot. He worked by Davey Allison off the Long Pond straight, but look at Dale Earnhardt trying to make a bid here on the inside of Tim Richmond in turn 3. Couldn't do it that time. He got down low. Now he's right on the tail of Richmond. Working off the 3rd turn. Here's your leaders coming right at you by the start-finish line. Let's watch Richmond, what he does this time on Earnhardt. He stays in a higher groove down the front. Richmond in command yet. Tim Richmond remains the leader off of turn number 1. Earnhardt, Elliott right in the chase on the Long Pond straight.
And there they go along the straightaway. Still Richmond, followed by Earnhardt and Elliott, and those 3 are starting to pull away from the 4th place car, Kyle Petty. Then Ricky Rudd and Bobby Allison as they go over the tunnel.
Off the tunnel, down the North Straight. This is where Earnhardt likes to make his move. He tried to go on the inside one more time, just like the previous lap. He stays on Richmond, entering turn number 3. Watch a move here off the 3rd. Richmond gets a little lower, coming off the 3rd turn. Brings him up high, near the wall. Earnhardt, Elliott, stay with him. Now Richmond breaks the draft down low on the inside. Earnhardt stays on the outside groove, heading to turn number 1. Keep an eye on Elliott. He's trying to make a move on Earnhardt. They stay right together, those front 3.
What a finish this is shaping up to be of the Miller High Life 500. Richmond, Earnhardt, Elliott. About 10 car lengths ahead of 4th place Kyle Petty. Right now, all eyes on those first 3 cars.
Don't count Elliott out. He's right on Earnhardt. You saw him moving close there, coming into turn number 2. Let's watch Earnhardt on Richmond, entering turn 3. This time Earnhardt content just to ride in right behind your leader, working down the front. Here's the top 3. Richmond, Earnhardt, Elliott stay the same. And once again, Richmond takes the lower side, shoots down to the inside. Earnhardt and Elliott remain on the high side.
Less than 40 miles to go now in this 500-mile event.
Off the second turn, here comes Earnhardt trying to take the lower side into turn 3. Can't do it. Elliott stays close to your leaders. Dale Earnhardt riding the bumper of Tim Richmond off the 4th. Let's see if Richmond takes the same path and comes down to the low side on the front, and he does it one more time, but this time Dale Earnhardt stays with him, follows right behind your leader, along with Bill Elliott.
As they go high along the back straightaway, it's still Richmond, Earnhardt, and Elliott. And now Richmond opens up a little bit of room between himself and Earnhardt as they go over the tunnel.
Heading down the North Street, Richmond has a slight edge, not much, over Dale Earnhardt entering turn number 3. Elliott stays in contention. First 3 remain close. Kyle Petty just a little off the hunt here. Back here in 4th spot in car number 21. Let's watch the front. Richmond tries to break the draft again. All 3 head down to the middle of the raceway. Back up again, heading into turn number 1. Further back, Bodine and Neil Bonner have their own race. But right now, it's the top 3 that are putting on the show here for that top spot in the Miller High Life 500.
When they come around to the start-finish line, there will be 13 laps to go. And it's still Richmond, Earnhardt, Elliott, and Kyle Petty.
Leaders coming up on slower cars. Coming down the home stretch, Tim Richmond, Dale Earnhardt, and Bill Elliott. Goodbye, Steve Chrisman. Still running that zigzag route here, coming off of turn 3 down the front into turn number 1. Exiting turn 1, up on the outside by a slower car goes your leader, Richmond. Earnhardt, Elliott stay with them down the Long Pond Street. Ooh, look at Elliott. He got a little closer that time, almost moving in on Earnhardt over turn 2. Into turn 3, we'll watch Dale Earnhardt. If he closes in, tries to make an attempt on leader Tim Richmond, but they stay together, drafting off the 3rd down the front.
The Richmond coming in, breaking that draft as he comes down the front straightaway, hanging on to that lead. And it's a battle between the top 4 cars. Richmond, Earnhardt, Elliott, and Kyle Petty.
First 4 cars ahead of the rest of the field. First 4 pulling away from your number 5 man. Ricky Rudd. About 2 car lengths separating your leader, Richmond and Earnhardt. And Earnhardt, number 3 man, Bill Elliott here, coming off a turn number 3. Let's watch the route this time on Tim Richmond, where he takes them down the front here. So about a 7-second margin between your 4th place car and your number 5 car. But the battle remains the same. Tim Richmond, Dale Earnhardt, Bill Elliott, and Kyle Petty, the top 4. This time the leaders a complete lap 190 in his 200-lap race here, the Miller 500 at Pocono.
That time around, 149.7 miles an hour. That average speed of that last lap as we head into the final 10 laps of this Miller 500.
Now the top 3 starting to put a little edge over Kyle Petty, the number 4 car. Your leader's coming up to put a lap on another car on the north straight. About the same distance between the first 3 cars, remaining the same, about a couple of car lengths.
As we have the yellow flag is out.
Airflow, the aerodynamics on the car, and change the characteristics. Earnhardt has been doing it.
Yellow one
has been doing it to Earnhardt, and Earnhardt has been doing it to Elliott, and it hasn't allowed anybody to really get that close. They're back to Eli Gold.
And here in turn 1, we have debris on the racetrack. A couple of cars just get together near the tail end of the field. We've got a bumper from one and all sorts of debris from the other, and we see the caution now being displayed out here in turn number 1 for debris on the racetrack.
Well, that may bring us back to a whole new ball game. Now, as to whether anybody will dive on the pit road, what do you think?
Phil Parsons already has, Barney. All might be a real cool move by the Copenhagen team. He's coming in and didn't get back out before they come around, and if they do come back in, he would be in front of them. They've changed the right side tires already and sent him on his way.
He is on the lead lap, one of those 11 cars fighting for the spot here. The field has not changed much since they last put them under green. Cale made the pass on Bobby Allison. That was for 6th spot. And Buddy Baker had gone past Phil Parsons. That was for 10th. They come to the caution with, again, Richmond just a car length or 2 ahead of Dale Earnhardt. Bill Elliott 3rd, Kyle Petty in 4th, Ricky Rudd in 5th, Cale Yarborough in 6th. They all stay on the racetrack. Bobby Allison 7th. Jeff Bodine has caught up to him in 8th. 9th is Neil Bonnett's automobile. All of them again staying out on the speedway. Buddy Baker is the 10th place car, so the only car yet to pit is Phil Parsons.
So we're going to see if anybody is going to elect to come on pit road. And with Phil having made the pit stop, and Ned, as you pointed out there, it's a big advantage for him if he can hold on kind of, so to speak, with what he has. But he almost, in a sense, may force some of the other drivers on pit road, won't he?
Well, he might do it, but I'll tell you, those drivers up front, they're going to, Tim Richmond will sort of dictate what they do. Since he didn't come in as they came down to get the yellow flag, I think that means that the rest of them are going to stay out there. But Phil Parsons' move was still good, even if they don't come in, because he is going to have fresh rubber, at least on the right side. That, as we pointed out earlier, the new tires will run a little bit faster, so that will be to his advantage. So it was a good move, regardless of whether the others stop or not.
Let me shed a little light on the fact out here in turn 1 that all of those cars leading did go over some debris. Now, obviously, it's their call whether it was a problem enough to force them onto pit road, whether it was just a flat piece of something shiny that they feel is not going to hinder them. But all 4 of the front cars in particular, we noted, did go over some of the debris as soon as it came off those other cars.
Here's the field coming out of turn number 4. We're watching to see if anybody tucks out a line to go on to pit road, and a couple of cars made a left turn. like they were going to go on to pit road. Ricky Rudd was one of those, and Earnhardt another. Now they just say, no, we're going to stay out there, as they're running exactly like they were, heading back into turn number 1, and it looks like none of the front runners are going to take advantage of this caution. They feel like they're in good shape, just exactly what they have, and they're going to stay on the racetrack. Dick Brooks is standing by in the Richard Childress pits. Perhaps he can get a word and see what their strategy is, whether to just stay out there or wait and see if anybody else pits.
Well, Richard just went back to the back of the crew to talk to somebody here. Richard, who I guess you kind of had to wait to see what everybody else was going to do, but do you think staying out is the right thing to do?
Yeah, I think so, Dick. We were running 59.80s right before, and new tires would pick you up a couple of laps, but it wouldn't do you that good, I don't think, right now.
Is this kind of one of those things where just the lead car kind of dictated everything?
Yeah, he was the one that dominated which way everyone would go.
All right, it's going to be a pretty good shootout, I think.
That'll be a lap or so before we go back to green also and find out exactly how this thing comes out. So from the Pocono International Raceway, this is MRN, the Motor Racing Network.
And as this yellow flag is out, it brings back memories of the Miller 500 of 1 year ago, under which the last 3 laps ran under yellow, and that's the way it ended, with Tim Richmond beating Dale Earnhardt as the final lap was run under caution.
Meantime, the pace car bringing the field down the north straight with 193 laps complete. And the 200-lap event, 500 mile, the Miller High Life 500. We'll watch Harold Kinder down below. He folding up the yellow flag. We'll see what the signal is when he go by this time.
There it is. One more lap to go before we go to green.
6 laps to go as they come past the start-finish line under caution. Next time by, they'll go green for a 5-lap shootout. Richmond's in front. Earnhardt is second. The Chevrolets. The Ford of Elliott is third. Kyle Petty's Ford is fourth. Ricky Rudd's Ford is fifth. Sixth is Cale Yarborough's Old. Seventh, Bobby Allison's Buick. Eighth, Jeff Bodine's Chevrolet. Ninth, the Pontiac of Neil Bonnet. In 10th, the Oldsmobile of Buddy Baker. And the only car to pit will line up 11th. That's Phil Parsons. He's been on the pit lane twice. Joe Ruttman is the winner of the Goodies Headache Award. It's the award nobody really wants to go home with, but the $750 will help. So will a sample of Goodies Headache powders, and if one isn't enough, he can get some more from Richard Petty.
Well, I think he may need some more because he really took a lick in that wall down there. And we can't say enough about Joe Ruttman's run here this afternoon. The man has always had the ability to drive a race car. Just seems like the chemistry and the different teams he has been with and whatever has not been there for him to win, and we were talking about that earlier today. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes it doesn't. But to the business at hand here at Pocono, there'll be 5 laps to go, and from what we've seen all afternoon, it's really hard to say who has the dominant car. Richmond has been exceptionally strong. He made up a lap when he went down earlier this afternoon, put himself right back in contention, and now leads this thing as they get ready to go back to green. Earnhardt has looked very strong at times, although he has not really just went to the front of the pack and moved around everybody and led that much of this race, but you can't tell. Bill Elliott has been extremely strong at a given time today, and there are certain points on this racetrack, like the short chute they're in right now, heading up to turn 3, that he has been very, very strong. That's usually where this race is won or lost. Kyle Petty has put in an exceptional effort here today. Cale Yarborough, and the list goes on through about 10 cars that still have a shot to win it. Mike?
And Barney, you look back, it's interesting to note the same guys end up at the front at the end of these races at Pocono. Last year in the first race, 5 of the 8 drivers on the lead lap were on the lead lap then, and in the second race here at Pocono, of 9 drivers that finished on the lead lap, 7 of them are right in the hunt right now. As we get set to go back to green, it will be a 5-lap Saturday night style shootout, but on a 2.5-mile super speedway. They are under green. Richmond pulling the train down the front straightaway, but Earnhardt's right with him.
Earnhardt is not about to lose that draft at this stage of the race. He just clamps onto the bumper and pushes him literally into turn 1.
And of course, here on the restart, very little opportunity for any of those cars to flare out and change lanes because there was somebody running to their inside. Through turn number 1, Richmond is there in the lead. A car lane back is Earnhardt, and here comes the bid for second spot. Bill Elliott peels off turn 1. He'll shift to the inside of Earnhardt on the straightaway.
Elliott is on the bottom, as is Richmond, as they try to make a move on Earnhardt. Elliott will go to 2 as he's taken over 2. Kyle Petty tries it and falls short. It's Richmond over the tunnel with a 2-car length advantage over Elliott. Riding in third is car number 3, Earnhardt.
Back and forth now, Kyle Petty. He'll try to make the same move that Bill Elliott made, but unsuccessful. successfully. He's still down on the low side of the racetrack, and Earnhardt is holding that third position. The leader still Tim Richmond by 2 car lengths over Bill Elliott.
Richmond has a little breathing room for the moment, but don't count Elliott out. The scramble is going to be for third spot. Earnhardt doing all he can to hold on to it right now, and Kyle Petty doing all he can to take it away.
And picking up the action, it's Tim Richmond leading over Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt, but Kyle Petty really working on Dale Earnhardt for that third spot.
4 laps to go to this Miller 500. 4 laps remaining. Just 10 miles. And it's Tim Richmond still in the lead with Bill Elliott trying to catch up to him.
And Kyle Petty made that move, getting third spot on Dale Earnhardt going down the Long Pond Straight.
And here comes Cale Yarborough moving up. He's trying to catch Earnhardt. And Cale Yarborough passes Earnhardt now.
Cale Yarborough now gets by him, and here comes Earnhardt being passed again.
By Ricky Rudd this time.
Earnhardt falls back to 6th position.
As they come down into the straightaway when they pass the start-finish line, there will be 3 laps to go.
But your leader remains the same, to 25, Tim Richmond, Bill Elliott, Kyle Petty,
Cale Yarborough, and then Earnhardt, followed by Ricky Rudd.
Earnhardt gets his spot back from Rudd that time. Dale Earnhardt worked his way back up to 5th position, putting Rudd back to 6th. But the battle right now is shaping up between Tim Richmond and Bill Elliott, the top 2, heading into turn number 2.
And they have put about 12 car lengths between themselves and the 3rd place car of Kyle Petty. Richmond, Elliott, and then Kyle Petty, but right now it looks as though it's going to be a 2-car shootout.
And these are your 3rd and 4th place starters. Richmond started in 3rd, Elliott in 4th, in this NASCAR Winston Cup Miller, a High Life 500, and here's your leaders coming down the Harold Kinder as they get the signal. Richmond, Elliott, Petty, Yarborough.
2 laps to go. Next time around, they should be getting the white flag from Harold Kinder.
Tim Richmond continues to be in control. He has the edge, definitely, right now over Bill Elliott on the Long Pond Straight. But look back just a little bit, back for that battle for 5th. Dale Earnhardt still trying to fight off Ricky Rudd.
Here we go, coming into the 3rd turn. And it's still Richmond with a good-sized lead over Bill Elliott. They'll get the white flag this time around, lap 1:99. 1 more to go, 2.5 miles.
Closer for Tim Richmond, getting his name in the record books. A big winner here at Pocono. White flag.
Does Bill Elliott have enough to catch Tim Richmond? A storybook comeback for Richmond if he can hang on here.
You're right, Sid, and what a way to come back here. Setting a record right here at the Pocono Raceway. 3 in a row. 4-time winner. And he's getting closer here. He's working down the Long Pond Straight.
They are about to go over the tunnel turn here at Pocono. It's still Richmond with the lead over Bill Elliott, Kyle Petty in 3rd, and then Cale Yarborough. But it's a 2-car shootout. Does Richmond have enough to hang on?
Harold Kinder now has the checkered flag in his hand, waiting for the top 2, working out of turn number 3. Tim Richmond, Bill Elliott. Here comes the finish on the front, checkered. Tim Richmond waves to the fans here in victory. The Miller High Life 500 winner. And what a way to come back right here at his record-winning track, Pocono Raceway.
Kyle Petty coming in 3rd, unofficially. Cale Yarborough next. Dale Earnhardt, and then Bobby Allison.
Tim Richmond driving the Folgers Exxon Chevrolet. What a happy crew down there in pit road and Harry Hyde.
This is one for that Hendrick and Hendrick crew to remember today, Lou.
What a way to come back for Tim Richmond. We mentioned way earlier the double pneumonia and Mechanical problems right here at Pocono, but he was one of the leading winners with 3 victories along with Bobby Allison. When he breaks that now, all by himself with 4 wins at Pocono and 3 in a row. 3 straight 500s for Tim Richmond. And he'll be back here in July. He can make it 4 in a row, right?
I wonder
the way he's running now.
Yeah, I wonder what's going through his mind right now. I mean, this has got to be, I mean, it's got to be a great feeling to win a race, but to win on your first time back, your first Winston Cup event back after how sick that Tim Richmond, how ill he was, and then to come back and win, it's got to be a tremendous feeling.
That's definitely big headline material.
That's
his performance here today. And we'll get to hear what Tim Richmond has to say all about this a little while here when he heads down to Victory Lane. We'll hear from Bill Dimmick and Motor Racing Network. Picking up Tim Richmond. Here's Bill Elliott, the number 2 driver, doing a fine job today in the Coors Melling Ford.
And Tim Richmond comes down along the front grandstand waving to the crowd and giving his fans and all the fans here at Pocono Raceway a chance to greet him and congratulate him on his great victory here today.
And another fine hat should be extended to Kyle Petty in car number 21 and one of his fine rides here at Pocono in the Citgo Ford. Kyle Petty, car number 21.
He's won. Race. This will be his 12th Winston Cup career victory. Dick Brooks is in the garage.
Well, they're trying to get Bill Elliott unhooked. Ernie's talking to him a little bit. Bill, you had a good show. It just didn't quite get it there at the end.
Well, I had a flat there about the middle part of the race, and all I did was play catch-up. And the car got off a little bit there, and I just could never do anything with them. I was pretty good through one corner, and they were better through the other corners, and they could, you know, you just do all you can do, and that's all.
It looked like you were doing a little bit better before that last caution. If the last caution had to come out, would you have a better chance?
Well, I felt like the tire stagger was a little bit better in the early part of the day. Like I said, when we got behind, we were just playing catch-up.
All right. Well, it looks like he's had a nice, fresh Sunday afternoon ride.
Good competition here this afternoon and a good run for Elliott. Doesn't have to hang his head because he put in a great performance. Again, Richmond is the winner. Elliott will finish second. Kyle Petty runs third. Good race for him. To Cale Yarborough, my hat's off this afternoon. Cale hung right in there, finishes fourth. Earnhardt comes up in fifth. Sixth, Bobby Allison. Seventh, Ricky Rudd. That's all unofficial. Let's go back to the garage.
Well, Dale Earnhardt's out of his car. There's quite a few people talking to him here. Dale, did you have a flat, or was something happen right at the end?
Right front went flat there. It's going flat. It started going down. It started pushing, and you know we just survived the last 5 or 6 laps. So congratulations to Tim. I feel like we could have raced him, but you know that's the way it goes.
One of the real questions I think was if you run over something at the end, or if there was not that last caution, would you have had a better chance?
Well, I think I'd had a shot at him. You know, I was sitting there in the catbird seat more or less just waiting, and he was heating his tires up pretty good, and I was watching where I could catch him, and I was just waiting to see if I could make a run on him at the end.
All right, Barney, that's what Dale thinks about it.
That's what this business is all about, Mike Joy.
Well, Tim Richmond has finally pulled the Folgers Coffee Chevrolet into Victory Lane here, Barney Hall, and he's getting his safety paraphernalia unhooked and getting his face cleaned off a bit and collecting his composure and everything else, I guess. We'll get to him here in just a moment. He's about to get the helmet off and the earpieces out so that he would be able to hear what we're able to say. And, of course, Victory Lane here is just full of red and gold uniforms, the Folgers colors. Been a while since they've been in Victory Lane. In fact, it was the last race of the season last year in Riverside, California when Tim Richmond took them to Victory Lane. So a very happy crew here, the Harry Hyde crew and all of those that helped to put this machine together. Now he comes out of the Folgers Chevrolet and gives a big wave to the crowd here. Well, Tim, well, he just seems beside of himself here right now. Boy, congratulations. His mom has to come up and get a hug first. That's got to be the first thing that's got to happen. Very emotional situation here in Victory Lane. And a very deserved victory. Tim, do you feel like talking now? Boy, congratulations. You did it.
Thanks. It's kind of hard to say much right now, but
let's let him get his composure back, Barney. We'll come back to him in just a moment.
All right, a very emotional Tim Richmond here. Go ahead, Dick.
Arnold,
ladies and gentlemen,
he's sitting here like he's had a nice, comfortable afternoon.
Right down below me here, Tim Richmond is getting a lot of hugs and kisses right now, but a nice big hand for a winner down here, Tim Richmond. Let him hear it. Attaboy, Tim.